Morning, morning, folks. Hoping I'm on a bit of a late start. Part of it is, well, having just finished Tell Me Why yesterday, and kind of having to come down from that emotional high. Where's the window that I want? There's the window that I want. Because Sunless Skies is finicky, and bars aren't always accurate. How about 30% music? Sound effects do get kinda loud. No, sound effects are fine. That's like monster noises, gunshots, trains. Ambient, maybe equal. Alright, that's good bars. So partially let's start because coming off Tell Me Why kinda needs some recovery period. But also I have the weirdest ant infestation right now. There is a line of ants coming from the room next door, down the hall, into my room, through my door, about towards my desk, but they're not doing anything. They're just here. They're chillin'. They are wandering in the Bergen. There's nobody on the desk. They're not here for my fruit seeds or sweet drinks. They're not after last night's Vietnamese, despite plenty of juicy stuff on that. They're just wandering. Normally I could find a cause for the ants, but either they're just using me as a giant highway to get someplace else, which is entirely possible, or they're just here for summer vacation. Because they're really not doing anything more than chilling. It's the most bizarre thing. I can't explain it. Like the last time I was playing Sunless Seas at length, in like 2019, there was a somewhat major ant infestation because I was taking honey with my tea, and the ants found out about the honey, and they kept coming until I just put the honey away. But here, there's no sense of it. Like they're around my feet, but there's something at my feet. Well, they're not just at my feet, right? They're at my feet, they're over there, but there's nothing. There's nothing here for them to eat. They're just chilling with their favorite streamer, I guess? Because, like, normally you could find what it is they're after, get rid of that thing, and then they're gone. But there is no thing. They're just having a blast. They're just partying. Anywho, mostly because of coming down from Tell Me Why, and not really wanting to start anything major right now. It's a Thursday, it's the end of the week. Today is just going to be some much needed grinding, because I've only got 524 sovereigns. This game is kind of... It's got its own balance of equilibrium. The economy is a lot easier to manage than in Sunless Sea. And if you've got money, then you're set. Like if you got several thousand or 10,000, you could just sail across the sky, buy everything up on discount, sell them whenever, never have to worry. If you're rich, you're staying rich. If you're broke, then every purchase of fuel and supply counts. It still feels a tad bit loud. Shouldn't be too bad just going with the bars, the audio bars. Computer volume's only on 28. So if it sounds loud to my ears, it probably sounds loud to those. But yeah, especially since last week's progress for Sunless Skies had nothing but very bare bones basic prospects and bargains. Every good idea I tried for just cost more money. So what I'm going to do, hey Corpse Eater, hello to you, is just roam around the Reach for a while, pick up some cheap bargains, sell them all for cheap prospects, and sometimes you just gotta do that. It gets you paid. Not as much as a really good session in the Blue Kingdom would, but money's money. If only I was as diligent with real life money as I am with in-game money. But that's not on me, that's on the market. See, I tend to play really conservative when it comes to the market. And I've been expecting a price correction for Ethereum for some time now. So imagine my joy when I wake up one morning and find out that it went to about my buy price and it bounced like a penny above. But anyway, in-game, gotta make that bread. Think I'll aim for like at least 10,000. 10,000 sovereigns in one day's work isn't impossible. The buy price was 1,700, woke up, looked at my chart, zoomed all the way in, and it was like just a hair above that. Made a bit of decent scratch off it last year, though I'm sure all of that's gonna go to taxes and accountant, since complexity is. But haven't made as much off of it this year. Which is wild, because this year, last year was a roller coaster. This year has been a straight up vertical cliff practically. But I still didn't play with it because wanting to save stuff for tax time, and it was just impossible. All that sheer straight up all this year was just impossibilities. I couldn't believe it. Couldn't believe it, couldn't play with it, felt too dangerous. Ah, well, Corpse Eater. The taxes is our civic obligation. It's what we do to keep the doctors fed, the roads paved, etc., etc. We simply have to account for it. What have they got here? Literature is an okay start. Assuming people are actually buying books. What do we have? Gemstones for the Empyrean, Gemstones Mausoleum, glass for Wolbury, but I sold my glass. Settlers. Any settler want to go anywhere? For some small amount of money. Fern has been sending postcards from Port Avon. Alright. New climate to improve his health. Fast as possible. Pay well. I forget if this particular person wants speed, or if they're the ones who are going to die soon. Because most settlers have their foibles. Some are criminals, and they'll pay extra if you don't turn them in. Some are sick, and die really quickly. And who's fighting who here? Tackities? Is this Tackity fight? It is. How many Tackities? I'm tempted to help, but I've only got the one Jerusalem gun. And that Tackity scout has no aim. Medical emergency, died already. Setter from Port Prosper staggers onto the bridge, clutching his throat, appears to be in some distress. Indeed, hair sprouts like invasive weed from every follicle of his body, forcing its way out. Keep it for study. Settler's exceedingly singular misfortune may yet prove a great boon to the fledgling science of interstellar pathology. Throw him off. Return him to Port Prosper. His family wouldn't want the body returned, probably. Sure. I'm already at Port Prosper. Barely left port even. Actually surprised the Dreadnought Scout didn't shoot me when right in front of it. Hadn't aggroed it, but once they're aggroing something, then they're not very discriminate. Or is it explore? Take T. Maybe later. Here for the settler. Return the settler. Not what was requested, but where you think they ought to be. You find an address among the dead settlers' belongings, a small house not far from the station. An old woman answers the door, a young child at her elbow. She nods stiffly as she sees you. She accepts his crated corpse. You are not invited in, but did get 100 sovereigns. Which is the point to these settlers. Just small amounts of cash. And you want trader's wood for a spot to sport? And I think I've already got the port report, because I don't see the option for it. T at the Nelson. What's my standing in Port Prosper? Welcomed by the East Enders. Welcomed by the West Enders. But not welcomed enough, not embraced yet. Eavesdrop then. Discreetly. Llama's Fair. Oh, it's not time for the Llama's Fair. More time must pass. Because I haven't got the inadvisably big dog, do I? No, I don't, not yet. But if you want the dog, Llama's Fair is it. Oh no, he killed the scouts. I'll take that then. Tackity Scout defeated. 76% chance for fuel and supplies, or cargo. Got space for cargo. Seeds. 2 times seeds. See, usually I side with the Tackities for ideological reasons, but there is a pragmatic reason for it too. It's loot. You get better loot off the Dreadnoughts than you do off the Tackity Scouts. Better loot, plus you get so many more Dreadnoughts to fight. Deranged Dreadnoughts, Guest Dreadnoughts, Glorious Dreadnoughts, Dreadnoughts in the Reach, Dreadnoughts in Albion. Fighting Scouts, just what? Reach and that's it. Sometimes you get the rare Scouts over by the Royal Society. but that's something of a rarity. Wither, you've been stabbed. Better not have. That's a bit, right? Also, 2 marauders in close proximity. Is this lyrics? I feel like it's lyrics. I don't know lyrics. I don't know lyrics to a song I've listened to on my own. Luminous Cage of Specimens. Mangonel on you, sir. It's just like a muscular egg stabby. The effects of time on the human body. Still no mangonel. More specimen. Fuel. Oh right. Port Prosper to the south this time. I keep confusing this map for maps I played the other times, in which Port Prosper is all the way in the east, so Winchester is a straight shot west. Silly me. Oh, a syringe. Had to queue for the privilege of being stabbed. Old Wither, I am proud of you. Congratulations. Welcome to the Shore Shoulders Club. Is this your first or your second? Either way, that's glad news. Second shot too. Extra congratulations, Wither. You have become one step closer to true immortality. Hey, at this point, any rollout is good rollout. Like, I only got my shots last month, so... Oh, that's a mountain. That's a whole island in front of me. Is that Scout or Scout? I would almost start to believe that the Sovereign update removed the mangonel, but that can't be true, because I was playing a lot on my own time right as Sovereign was released, and that got the mangonel like right away. It's just bad RNG on my part. Oh, whether I know it, I believe it. Surprisingly, for me the ache wasn't too bad. Like physically, the sight was fine, my arm was fine, but the fatigue, the exhaustion. I have not been that tired after my second shot than anything else, I don't think. Like, I thought I was fine for the first 3 hours, and then I was just dropped. And that was the first day. Second day after, just as tired. Tried to stream. That was what? Was that the last day of Yakuza 5 or the day before? I think that was the last day, wasn't it? Because back in Kamurocho, and was trying to that was the finale for Yakuza 5. Tried to play Hanahura, but I was just way too out of it. Had no patience, just tried to rush the game to the end. When the fatigue gets me too exhausted for game, that's how you know it's real. Takati's answer. London's intervention of the Monitor-class locomotives had sparked alarm on the Reach. The Takatis value their privacy, and don't want Her Majesty's watchdogs freely prodding their skies. Word has it, the endured veteran has convinced the Colonial Assembly to invest in a proportionate response. The appropriate response? Won a bet online. Really, what was the bet? After 4 pubs, and rather more than 4 drinks, you managed to learn the following. Firstly, the Tacketies have embarked on a project to develop new locomotives of their own. It is only a matter of time until the first ones are completed. Secondly, that the work is taking place at the O'Brien factory at Lustrum. Thirdly, that the Tacketies are desperate for donations of expertise or bronzewood to expedite the construction. Or munitions to sabotage, but we are pure Tacketies that bleed red. Oh, now there's ants on the desk. Desperate for anything else. I think these are just like one giant scout party. The queen refuses to believe that there's no food in this room for them, so they just sent the entire nest out to prove that, yeah, boss, there's nothing here. And that's just something in the desk? Did something die in the desk and I just can't smell it? Because that's a possibility. Like, mice have a way of getting into places you can't reach and then just dying on you. But nothing smells like death around here. There's no scraps for him. I don't smell any corpse. Then what are you ants after? Is it just me? Am I just that sweet? I think it's just the summer. It's hot out, it's drought season, things are dying above ground, ants are desperate for any possibility of food. Bet you can't do so X. Bet you can calculate the volume of an ellipse. Without looking up stuff, use a calculator. Well, congratulations, Wither, on your financial windfall. Repairs are good. Souls and nectar. I don't have souls, do I? 3 souls, and they want 5? 3 more, okay. That's a start. Of course he refuses to pay. Typical, isn't it? Alright, so what is the engine they have here? The Breedle Mart for 1,200? For 115% movement speed. I think I'll wait. Save up for like 6,000. For the 6,000 for the Trepiscore. For the Trepiscore? Whatever it is. The purple classified one. I brought the souls, right? Did not bring the souls. Was gonna head out to Mandalians with no souls. Well, there's always the opportunity for 2 bets, right? You got the moral victory on just to calculate the ellipse. And if he meant, what is it, elliptic prism? Then that could be bet number 2, which you're free to deny, of course, having already won the first one. That's the important thing with bets like that. You gotta get the wordage right, because people will try to be clever about it. On both sides. But gonna need more money to get better engine and better locomotive. I was thinking last week that locomotive is going to be the first target. But definitely the engine, because even for a quick 1cc in Sunless Skies, from first captain to truth ending, it takes a while going back and forth. Explorer doesn't have the loot I want, though. Hold repairs. Got messy there. Alright, what's the new random set of facets since how many new facets for Sovereign Edition, but they only give you a randomized set? Nothing new. Did I get any new ones yet? No, they've all been the same old ones. 10 levels in, and haven't seen any of the new facets. Thank you. Thank you, randomness. Alright, what background is Failed Better gonna force me into? Smoggy Streets, Promise of Days, Into the Running Gold, Settler, August Avenues. Maybe this is a Settler. Started off as Z Captain, tried to settle the sky. Participated, I think, in the blockade. Is that this captain? Did. Alright. So Z Captain comes to skies, tries to settle, settling doesn't work. Head back to New Winchester. Maybe learn about locomotives, take part in the blockade. For a time you lived the hand-to-mouth existence of a homesteader, carving a home on the frontier of the Reach. A hard-scrabbled existence. Scratchy for the sky a month at a time. Scratch for the sky a month at a time. The Reach is verdant, but its homesteads cling to tiny exposed sky rocks. Most fail. In the end, what drove you back to the skies? Predators, marauders, monsters, the merciless tides of the Winchester War? That would segue us into our participation. Fought as long as he could, or one bad season. All it takes. One harvest where the crops grow weeping tumors, or venomous nodules. One bad wind that rips house from its mooring. Circle area. I got bad news with her. Math is really not my forte, so for most of this, I'm simply going to have to take your word for it. How are my stats so far? Got plenty of irons. Plenty of irons, but what I need and want is more mirrors and hearts. Mirrors especially! Mirrors is quickly turning into my second dump stat. Well, no, I'm getting mirrors anyway. But plenty of irons, I'll go for hearts. Maybe came from Z, tried to live in the sky, couldn't, then reluctantly had to go back to urban living. So, if I read this right, the bet was no formula, right? Calculate the volume of the lips without looking up stuff using a calculator. Okay, so you can't look up or use a calculator. But the formula itself is pretty intensive. You could do it. Pain, but could do it. I could see how the work might not be worth the pay then. Shape, having no volume is fair enough though. Whoops. Nearly overshot Maggie's again. Too long with the sky. Just left Winchester. Nothing to keepsakes. Plenty of crew. But I can't be forgetting my port reports. I'm pretty sure I do have Port Prospers. Vian's help for the Rat Brigade. Right, forgot about that. That requires an experiment And I could have had a condemned experiment if I dissected the settler who died. Next time, Rat Brigade. Am I currently doing the job for the amenable host? Pursued his memories enough, have I? Refresh my memory. I have gone to Lustrum, New Winchester, and Port Prosper, where he sent me out to find his identity. The amenable host closes his hand around his return locket. Now it comes to it. I'm not sure I want to know, but I've sent you out. He drums his fingers against his cup. We don't spare our guests the truth, so why should I be any different? He fills his goblets for you both. What out with it? Confirm he was the man on Lustrum, shot dead on the mountain, but survived. New Winchester. Found some fragments of my former history. A strike-breaking factory owner now reformed. Or Prosper. Continued the work of the parlor of virtue. Or the truth. Nothing conclusive to find. He might not have been any of them. Or the truth. Nothing conclusive. Which would he have preferred to be? It's kind of the tell me why theme, isn't it? It's impossible for him to know the truth, so why not go with whichever one feels most comfortable to him? Yeah, whether I get that. Like I said, math isn't my forte. I actually had a good class in college that finally caught me up, but if I'm out of practice, then it takes a lot to catch me back up. Tell him the truth. Nothing conclusive, who would he like? Might not have been any of them, though. I usually go with the bottom option. We found no proof. Who would he like to be? Truth? Just straight truth? Nah. Positive truth. Forge your own identity. Amenable host. He gazes at you for a long, solemn minute. Abruptly he stands, and removes 2 polished glasses and a filled decanter from a box on the wall. He places one glass before you and fills it deep. I suppose I should commend your nerve in giving me that answer. He fills his own glass and finishes in one swig. My own self, cindered ash of the kiln of my ambition. He gives you a crooked smile. So goes the teachings of Magdalenes. He goes to a drawer and takes out a sealed envelope. For all your trouble, I am who I have chosen to be. I have that, at least. My money. Almost 1,000 money. Host, anything new? Nothing new, just conversation. 2 varieties of conversation. A bad teacher slipped you up, Corpse Eater? I kinda want to say that I had a similar experience. Oh wait, who are the souls for? Souls are for Port Prosper. Alright, that's not too far away. Are they still guns here? Like 5th grade, I really wanted to catch up, but my teacher didn't want to take the time to answer each of my questions. When he'd explain things when I asked, I figured it out. It was great. But constantly being asked, could you explain this again? Wasn't what he wanted to do. But on the other, a lot of it was that I fell behind on my own volition. So that's also a culpability on me. Little bit childhood Guinea, not taking work as seriously as you should have. But once you fall behind, it really does snowball easily. And it takes a really keen teacher to recognize that. College, the teacher was phenomenal. And I was finally in a point in my life where I realized, hey, Guinea, if you want to do good in these classes, you have to put the work in. So, using the material, practicing the material, and a teacher who could effectively teach the material. All came together to perform the miracle of making me maths capable. Abandoned homestead. 100% chance success to search it. More supplies? Supplies are what? 40 sovereigns? So 40 sovereigns I don't have to spend. It can be pretty confusing. Ultimately, it is all just down to, here's a formula, know the formula, know how to use a formula, know which formula to use in a given circumstance. Like, once you get that, it's actually pretty fun. It's like a puzzle almost, IDing which of your tools to use and making those tools fit. But if you're struggling, then yeah, it all does look impossible. That was me all throughout high school. And I think that using the calculator, weakening the head stuff is kind of a universal experience. But that's not too bad, really. We end up devoting so much of our brain power to other things, new and exciting things, that if we have to sometimes calculate 2015 minus 9, oh well. No opportunities here for soul selling. And the last book. Last book and enough fuel to make my way back to Winchester. Hopefully with new prospects to buy into. That was kind of half the fun of the astronomy courses I took, to fill in some like general ed science requirements at the upper levels. Even when it was like a few semesters between catch-up math and astronomy math, still had enough of the know-how from it. I was like, oh yeah, I could do this. Plug in the formulae as needed. Get depressed over the age of the universe. Happy times for all. Class passed. Eat fill. Warm and welcoming. Or munition for bronzewood. Bronzewood to return to Lustrum. How much bronzewood do they need? Does it say? Because I forget if it's one you can give each time. Filmmaker. Invited to the premiere in New Winchester. Truth, opportunities. I guess it's not listed. Though it has been long enough since those math semesters that it is going over my head again. The gears are there, the wheels can turn. They just need an awful lot of oiling up and polishing. But once they're oiled and polished, they'll run fine. Just really, really gritty right now. Well, I guess now I know where and how to look for help. Like, if I don't know how to calculate speed right now, I can Google the relevant information. It'll make sense to me. Whereas if it was like 15, 16-year-old me, it's just... It's not even Greek, it's ancient Phoenician. Myself a new engine. How much cash now? That's not cash. 1,000 only. I blame Eleutheria. It can't be helped that the Blue Kingdom was a Blue Kingdom. There's no way I'm gonna survive Eaters of the Dead with a small Jerusalem gun and only a piddly diddly left and right nooning. Barometer calculate the height of the building. I think I have heard of that. Like ages back, but I can't remember how that's supposed to work. Is it about the atmospheric pressure and knowing? I have no idea. Know of it, but don't know it. Souls for Prosper again! We just gave 3 consignments of souls! Where is Lustrum on the map? Far to the east, above Carillon. And there is goings-on at Carillon. Carillon sells only supply, right? Not fuel? Supply is not fuel. So if I bring extra fuel for the trip, and they have something going on in Carillon, propaganda at, you learn several profitable bits of information. The staff at Carillon are apparently colluding with the Windward Company. You will learn nothing further without going to Carillon. Will do. Repairs are fine, nothing else to buy. Let me drop off these port reports before I forget, because I will forget. Find the superintendent, trade barometer for the answer. Any given teacher might not accept that, but Professor Layton would. Professor Layton would totally say, alright, you got me, that's a solution to the puzzle. 200 whole sovereigns. This grinding is going great. What about you tie the barometer to a string, drop the barometer, mark where on the string is still on the building, and then measure it. Time its fault, acceleration 8.91 meters second squared. Carillon is straight northeast. You know, this conversation makes me wish that I really was better about schoolwork when I was a kid. Like, I started off clever enough, but between Dad encouraging a very some very poor study habits. Like, he was weird. He was the kind of person who would punish me for drawing because drawing wasn't homework, but at the same time, if I was acting up in class, he would love it because, oh, haha, boys are boys. How to redo life with foreknowledge and without the bad influences you grew up with. Okay, brought bronzewood. Bronzewood to return to the Tackety Yards. Building the whatever in Lustrum. I hear shooting. Who's shooting? Going out of the way because I really hope it's Marauder. Every new Marauder is a new dice rolled. Tackety got the killing shot, but I got the XP. Still nothing. Is my crew purposefully targeting their gun so it's too mangled for me to use? Hey, Hino. Hino the third. Back on the train, just for some chill grinding. With sunless skies, the more money you have, the easier the game is, the easier it is to make money. But if you don't really have money, there's not much you can do but flounder. So this is just chill grinding. Chill grind day. To grind out those sovereigns. So nothing too exciting should happen. Not expecting to lose too many crew. Report. A candidate soiree with the inconvenient aunt. Forgot about that one. She insisted that'll do you good. I forgot everything apparently in 1 week's time. Come, she says, a fierce gleam behind her spectacles. Your aunt, chattering constantly, guides you through the ash-gray stone chamber of Carillon. Eventually you reach a little door in one of the less traveled backways. Your aunt knocks thrice. The door swings open. A severe, scarred old woman peers out. Bunty, your aunt cries happily. After a brief introduction, Bunty ushers you inside. You emerge into a room with a high mirrored ceiling. Its dark paddled walls are illuminated by dripping crimson candles. Revolutionaries consort with the ministry auditors. Devils drink with bright-eyed ministers in new sequence. A famous Tackety general is highly occupied with a distinguished admiral. What has she brought you to? Look for aunt? Or mingle? It's a party. Besides, your aunt could look after herself. She's an adult. On the train. Well, you don't know, you know. In some places, people do literally ride on the top of the train. You introduce yourself to very many personages, some great and good, most borderline criminal. Everyone seems to believe that you already know the rules, so you learn a number of surprising things about the information networks of the High Wilderness. Most crucially, the extent to which their frequent contact breeds a certain mutual understanding. Suddenly, you hear the familiar crunch of boiled sweets in your ear. Your aunt has returned. Her expression is aghast. Let's get out of here. I have learned something about a rendezvous at St. Dustin's. She refuses to say more. But a tale of terror, 1,000 XP, rumors of windward propaganda. It does not take long to locate the suspicious penitential activity. A devil is delivering a sermon on luxury to a group of penitents. The sermon is specifically on the virtues of luxury, the cultivation of taste, the adornment of one's person with finery and splendor, the cultivated palate, indicating a superiority of character. Yeah, prosperity gospel. Several of the penitents look bored. The presiding devilist looks on, indulgently. Expose him? Cover the company's tracks? If I had books? Nah. And why would I? Expose the propagandists. The Woodward Company are abusing the services of Carillon to further their cause. You rise to your feet, finger trembling in the direction of the accused. It is quite the performance. Cross-referencing the anodyne recitations of the devil with the company staff manuals puts a propagandist on the back foot. The presiding deviless is forced to intervene. We are in the business of ministering souls here at Carillon, she says, giving you a truly filthy look. We would never compromise our treatment for something as grubby as politics. As a propagandist led away, to receive penitence of their own, the presiding deviless is at pains to assure you that this definitely won't happen again until it does. 100 sovereigns. 0 fortune of the stovepipes. Now walking the streets. Well, that's kind of a sinister saying, isn't it? It's meant to imply, like, oh no, this person could be right outside your home right now. They're on the prowl. In the way we punish people twice. Seeds. Everyone just wants seeds. Still have crew at Lustrum that I have to pick up. And they're going to be squeezing out some hours, so seeds haven't got room for. It's just over this mountain, but it's gonna feel like forever. But then again, that took me out. And I think I see Marauder. Can I gun reach? Oh, just can't reach. It was just out of range. This guy really isn't aggressive at all. Does this gun work? Is he broken? Nope, he's not broken. They're probably sleeping or hungover. Had a nice rock to park next to that they thought no one was gonna notice. No gun still. Marauder, just let me have your gun. I really can't tell, but it kind of looks like the ants are intensifying. Are they just having a music festival? And the show's just about to start. Oh, Burrower again. Fly through. Failure. Lost fuel, supply, gained 5 terror, but lost nobody. Does a Burrower hate me? Burrower? The Burrower is angry, and I've done nothing. There's really no point ever in trying to placate him. Because he'll just earn his ire again eventually. More than happy sounds sinister. Make it sound like more than happy is like a shark-filled grin. Big, huge smile. They look joyful, but not in a way that makes you comfortable or reassured. Ooh, hello. This is a really odd spot for Curator. And I've only got the first upgrade of the engine, right? And only a small Jerusalem gun. But I think this is the perfect opportunity to demonstrate just how castrated Curators have become. One, they're huge. So they're a huge target. Oh no, this isn't a strange place. Yeah, you could sometimes get them in the Desolation of Saliba. I just turned too early then. Two, their sonic attack no longer homes. So you can more easily dodge it. But they're a lot less aggressive. He's upping is quick. Used to be, if you got into Curator territory, these things would be on you and wouldn't let up. Wither, do you remember those early streams of Sunless Skies? And if I saw a Curator, I was fleeing. This is a pinata. This isn't a Curator. I remember my first Curator kill. The tension, the stress, and like trying to hide behind rocks to avoid getting hit. This is sad. The surprise, a captivating treasure. Alright, to Lustrum. Oh, Wither, get your coffee. Humans do need their fluid and stimulation. I honestly do miss the days when Curators would chase you all the way across the map if you let them. I kinda get maybe that because this is a more narrative game, just with some action moments, that maybe they didn't want to make the Curators too difficult. But that was part of it, that was part of the world. Curator's so difficult, so if you can't fight it, you avoid certain areas, or flee for your life. That's part of the narrative. That is in-world integration of the dangers of the sky. Used to be that if you saw Curator, you very well might die. This game's already pretty easy with not dying. Symbols at the bottom left. Which one? These ones? Got your fuel, supply, hull. The cursor is visible, right? In my overlay. Ah. The skull is the death so far. In this case, the death of the crew. Because this is 1 CC, if I die, the run's over. The one next to it are the current subs. They're kind of placeholders because I'm really slow on modernizing the stream. Like, I envision better layouts and aesthetics that I'm probably never going to actually implement. But yeah, that's what those symbols mean. The O'Brien Factory. A busy factory on the outskirts of Lustrum's sprawling shanty towns. Here the Tackities are hard at work on their own answer to London's new Monitor-class locomotive. Security is tight, but the project relies on donations of expertise and resources from sympathetic communities. If left to their own devices, they will eventually finish this on their own. But I could help. Volunteers need 10 whole crew. Give him bronze wood. I can give 2 at a time. For plating, especially for war machines. You unload the bronze wood before the factory gates, where a tobacco-whiskered foreman orders you to take it inside. As the door swings open, you catch a glimpse of a behemoth of a locomotive, bulked with layer upon patchwork layer of plating. For 500 experience, project completed more quickly. That might be all I give them though, since experience isn't exactly a rarity here. Is Bob okay? Let me check the where's that command to pull up the thing quickly. That's the share link, I think. Bob is still alive. Bob has not yet died. Last deaths are on the 10th of September. Took out Hino, Bartholomew Broke, and John Eggman. Claim, how's my crew doing? Nothing much to report, Captain. Ready to start loading up. 7 barrels of unseasoned hours is still pretty good, even for a regular haul. Sometimes you hit the mother load and only get like 5 or something. Back to work, miners. And only seeds here as well. Nobody wants to sell anything but seeds. Two food is fine. Take it back to Winchester. Anything else I have to do? Mountain sings for celebrations. Drop my terror down some. Anything in town? There's a pork report. Tea shop, what teas have I had? Had Eleutherian gold. Let's try the Indulgence blend, straight from the Blue Kingdom. A tea for the true connoisseur. It tastes of dust swept from the darkest corner of a sepulchre. It is best served with a drop of milk, ideally on the very edge of turning. You sip gently. Between sips, a bite of sugared biscuit to take away the edge. And take away a bit of terror. 22% only. Decent. Where's a pub? The Hangman's Pub. Nothing to do here yet. Alright, guess that's it. Bartholomew did die. Corpse Eater, I'm sorry to say. There is a Hino II. I was kind of at a shortage of names, so I figure just slap people who've been around in chat. And hope they get lucky enough to survive. Hopefully, Hino II will survive long enough that we won't need to put a Hino III at risk. Do I still need anything from Scribe Spinster's Hunting Club? Bring back a Scribe Spinster. Experiments. Has what he needs. Princess, you want to go to Eleutheria or Carolon with 3 Chorister B souls. Driver wants Old Tom's Well, Vagabond. Talk to the Vagabond about quivers. Navigator wants the Empyrean, the Rats. Want munitions at the circus to retrieve Angel, or Cadet Experiment at Magdalene's for Vianne. And nothing else really needs 6 pieces of bronze wood, 5-star crew to Faith's Fall. Horological Office, 1 lever and stain rod. Aunt. Talk to my aunt. Okay. What is this? Oh, that's a scribe spinster. That is like a giant librarian made out of parchment and living wood. Just one of your happy, friendly neighbors of the sky. Now, the Scribe Spinsters were one of the first monsters to get the update. They used to be smaller, right? Smaller, so harder to hit. And maybe not as creepy. So, on the creep factor, the Spinsters did benefit from getting a graphical upgrade. But unlike the Curators, they didn't lose any of their aggression. So they're still somewhat difficult if you're starting out, or don't have a good engine and weapon combination. Scribe Spinster Trophy. The crew set about the creature with hacksaws while the quartermaster prepares a board. Once the entrails are dried, they nailed it firmly there. The hunting club will no doubt wish to replace with something in mahogany or bronzewood once to deliver it, but this will do for the moment. Though, if you like Corpse Eater, there's always going to be a new crew, so there's always going to be a need for more names. More names to sacrifice on the altar of the sky. But it really is a shame about the Curators. How much they've changed the days when they were smaller, agile, a lot more aggro. You know, I don't know, hold on. Are you able to go back to different versions on Steam for Sun in the Sky? Properties, updates. No, you can't. You can't roll back, it looks like, to previous versions. So I can't show off the Curators of the coolest and middliest. Oh, 3-on-1. The poor spin. Paper Tiger, I'm on your side. If I shoot them by accident, then they all aggro on me. But if they shoot me by accident, I just have to accept it. Darn double standards. Had a % chance success to grab some bronzewood. Then straight west. I'm so used to Lustrum being on the south and having to go all the way north for Winchester. Going west from Winchester to Lustrum just feels like wrong on a foundational level to me. Maybe if I canceled a few of these prospects, and then new ones will show up. Mausoleum, Empyrean, I'll keep those. I don't think I have Navartine gemstones on me at the bank, but someday might. They sell for a good penny. not exceedingly dangerous with her. It's only been an average of 4 deaths per day, per stream. Really, 4 deaths per day it's fine, isn't it? That's gotta be below average. And just took on a curator with a Pedonor class trader and a Jerusalem gun, and everybody lived. Touch of the skies. Web strung between the stars. Crewmen, spoilers. Back to work. 66% chance success. I would just give them brandy, but we're already down to the last. Partial success. Lost fuel from it. Oh well. Winchester's right there. 1 final barrel of fuel and 1 final crate of food is more than enough. Though it does mean I can't afford to get any fights if there is a marauder. Wandering in, where there has been far too long since wandering in updates what happened. What was a monstrously good skill? It's tempting to start reading it myself, but the procrastination in my life is bad enough as it is. A 3-part skill? Do go on. Civilization. Oh. Actually, wait, that was what? 51 sovereigns? But I could have waited till seeds for Port Davon. I've got 2 seeds, but they'll probably sell seeds there too. Back down to 898. So just breaking even, been like an hour upstream and only breaking even economically. Let me see, maybe I just have to do circuits port for ports. But that's a good either. Call upon the Mana Forge. Soul shall forge new magic until affinity exhausts itself. Oh, that does sound very huge. 200 sovereigns. How many artifacts do I have? 10 secrets. 12 secrets. Right then, so focus on secrets. Avon is west, right? No, Avon is south. Avon is south, Trader's Wood. Trying to think. Usually there's a joining from Trader's Wood to Hybris. I think it's probably just this path. From the Trader's Wood to Hare's Hope. Anyway, Avon first. So I could go bee hunting. I do gotta drop off a settler at Ledbetter's. Was it Ledbetter's or Trader's Wood? Well, something's at Ledbetter's. Could go to Ledbetter's at some point. Hunt some bees, sell some honey. Portal to the realm of mana. That kind of reminds me of the Full Metal Alchemist movie from the 2004 series. Was that movie or the actual series itself too that had it where the magic they were casting was being channeled from another world? Or something like that. It's been ages, but that detail I think sticks out. What else had that? I don't think Madoka did. But I feel like something else had that channeling the powers from some other world. But I can't remember what. Minor terror job. Fuel. Already got plenty of repairs. Actually not selling seeds. Wow. The level of restraint they must have had in Port d'Abon to not sell seeds. Gossip. Cause do need me port reports. In to drop off my Scribe Spinster trophy. The stout veteran refuses to touch it. In my day, we never had nonsense like this, you know. It was all marsh wolves and ambulatory fungus, good sensible hunting. I mean, what even is this? I feel like it's watching me, and it doesn't even have any eyes. Jenkins, put it somewhere I won't see it. 400 sovereigns, but what about my membership? Now they've given them 3 trophies. Ah yes, the stout veteran twiddles his bushy mustache. Of course he will be most welcome once the spot opens up. Dad's men's shoes, I'm afraid. And our chaps do rather cling to their place at the bar. But do come and meet everyone. I'm certain they'll be thrilled to hear your stories and slip your name to the right kind of people. 250 sovereigns. And a cryptic benefactor. And I think that's all I need here. Green's got nothing. Ruins. Not enough veils to steal. Oh no, she had to discard a spell. Is that a bad thing? Blank Slaying Arrow. She had to abandon her god-slaying arrow. Oh, I can see how that might be tragic. Does that take, like, resources to formulate a spell to that level? Like, would that have been, like, an actual, physical, tangible investment? Question your aunt about the party. What was that all about in St. Dustin's? What got her so shaken up with Carolon? When I was a gal, I used to do a bit of spying for the Crown. Now, I've been out of the trade for years, but I couldn't help but overhear an intriguing conversation. People rarely pay attention to ladies of my age. She gives you a look, as though daring you to disagree. They said the revolutionaries helped our government conquer Albion. They mentioned a secret rendezvous at St. Dustin's, between 4 representatives, a new sequencer, a revolutionary, and 2 members of Her Majesty's government. I have to get to the bottom of this. It is my duty. She tilts her chin defiantly. I have a friend at Port Prosper who owes me a favor, and we can get lunch. I won't say no to lunch. Vagabond, plan to track down Quivers. Quivers would have been in London, wouldn't he? So, whoops. Channel your own mana to forge it. 3-digit amount of years of her life pretty much wasted then. I can see then how that might hit a bit hard. I've been making inquiries, says the amiable vagabond. Quivers was at a traveling Skylark band in the blunt instruments. They weren't very good, but they robbed the bars they performed at, so they made enough to get by. Which means they're doing better than I am. I thought the rest of them were killed in a shootout last year. He beams triumphantly. Except there was one survivor. A concertina player who goes by the charming name epithet of Ratbite. She's currently imprisoned in London for some marvelous crimes. I propose we break her out, and see if she's heard from her old partner in crime. Yeah, I should have talked to him before leaving London. Break the ice needs reading material. Illicit or ministry approved, which we have back at the bank. 2 dower. Empyrean. You need bee souls. You want to go to Faith's Fall, I think, with Bronzewood and crew. Which won't be today. That's what, 3 crew sacrificed or so? Out of the 7 he asked for? Missed. I nearly forgot. One thing the traders would too. Complaint. Sky stories at experience. $50 whole experience. Holy. And to refresh myself, traders would sell supplies, so fuel should be good. And could get lucky and see some marauders en route. I think he mentioned that one with her some time back about the cutter thing, because that sounds familiar. Were the ants involved with that in some way? Poor devil didn't stand a chance. Hey, remembered it rightly. Refreshing memory, did get the Port Davenport report. This old gossip for favor. Then got the report, so good on that. Oh, Bronzewood. It's alright, the Bronzewood is still gonna be there when I get back through. Because Trader's Wood does not sell fuel. Polymer doesn't sell fuel. So once I finish up here, I'm just gonna like do a 180. Head right back out and hope that it's been long enough that Winchester has new prospects. Probably won't. When you say she is a dirty cheater, are you just talking about the small queen still, or the wielder of the Mana Forge? Wood's Edge? No. Clearing? Parting Blade. Drop off the Settler. 400 sovereigns. Well, at least that's fuel money. Port report. To buy Bronzewood. Alright. Bronzewood is also decent. What have we got now? Like just 1,000? 1,000? 78 sovereigns? I had 500 stepped in there before buying the Bronzewood out. Oh well, it's at a bargain, so any price it's settled at is profit. 68% chance success. That's crew dying. Maybe what I should do is just go to Eleutheria or something, or go back to London, hang around at Wolbury for a bit, get my terrors up to like Nightmare level 2, then hunt some Scorn Flukes. Back to work. Terror and 5 hull lost. Crew, you're only at how many terrors? 20 something? 36? 36 terrors isn't so bad. Come on, that's only 1/3 through. Entire crew is babies. Sky blue with glowing eyes. The small queen sounds adorable. The Steam summer sale. See, the thing is, I think most things I want on Steam, I either already have, or isn't out yet. The next big thing I want to do is the Great Ace Attorney when that comes out. I've been waiting on Great Ace Attorney for years. I gave up on that. I thought for sure the only way to play Great Ace Attorney is by getting the fan patch in. And here, like a localization miracle, it's actually coming out. So that's what I'm hungry for next. And I'm pretty sure that's what, mid or late July? So long after the Steam summer sale's over. But I think 428, Shibuya Scramble, is on discount too. That game, rightfully so, was like 40 bucks, I think, when it's not on sale. So whenever it is on discount, people notice. Ooh, dodged it. Oh, took a hit though. 64% chance. Didn't destroy their records. Savage Secrets. Trade secrets for a benefactor. Do I have unusual charts? I can't check. Game. Why don't you let me check? Harvester, 89 cents. Dang. I heard of Harvester, but I don't think I've seen it played. Watching or listening Ace Attorney is more your thing than playing? Well, you're in luck, corpse, because once that's out, I am jumping on it. Small Queen is adorable, except also... Oh yeah, they don't really have individuals yet, do they? There's a couple. But that's like a slow process of reopening their agency, isn't it? Oh right, Obra Dinn. Obra Dinn and Disco Elysium is another one that I've wanted but haven't bought yet. So those two could be on the maybe pile for me. I have heard nothing but good things about Disco Elysium, and every time I hear more things, it only gets better. I don't think I've really heard any criticism about it, which is pretty rare. Usually, if there's a game that catches my ear, you get the cool hype stuff, but you also get like the shortcomings of it, but I don't know. I don't think I've really heard anyone complain about it. About anything. Literature for the Trader's Wood. I'll take that. How many literature? 5 consignments. Music to my ear. Somebody actually wants some mid-grade commodities. Seven fuel is a bit overkill. Right, go into repairs. 890 again. 2 port reports, so back to 1,000. An hour and a half in, and still breaking even. Gimme, what are you doing wrong? Normally you're a money dynamo in some skies. I think it is just a case of having to go where the money is, and not being where the money is right now. I could give another look-see over at the Blue Kingdom, because if the Blue Kingdom gives you the right prospects, you will make bank. You'll be rich, assuming the Eaters of the Dead don't kill you. Hey, Gregory. Looking at the corner of my eye, I just saw the blue, and that's the same blue that Hino has. So I didn't notice right away. Buying stuff for no more than $10 is at least a good strategy, especially with how tempting all the deals get. So much fun to fail at Disco Elysium with her. Now that is good praise. Normally one really tries hard not to fail, but that's also why I kinda like Suzerain too. Like Suzerain, you're expected to be like Politics Simulator. You want to win, you don't want to lose. But with the kind of narrative experience Suzerain is, even losing gives you... It's a bad outcome politically for President Rain, but it could sometimes be the better outcome narratively. Like, I've played enough of that game, right? Like, several win conditions, a few losses, and the loses are so well written that I don't feel bad at all for getting to them. Like, sure, you get cooed and arrested for several years until he releases an old man. But... Hold on, port report. Already forgot. But you get an outcome that is so well written that you can't help but feel like it had like such like circular, poetic outcome to it. Like it ties things back in the coup ending in such a way that you would think that was almost the intended default outcome. Losing the war to Rumberg, terrible outcome, but it gives you such insight and such depth to the characters that you feel more enriched for losing the entire country. I actually do like when failed states can be a good thing. Crusader Kings 2 used to have it where if you failed, that's okay, because you could end up inheriting some distant cousin someplace else. But at some point, they made it where there was a bit of proximity to who the player inherits as. So you don't get that wild, okay, you lost the kingdom, but here's a fourth cousin all the way out in the butt end of the world, play as him now. And CK3, there's just no way to lose, even if you wanted to. Maybe if you start as like the Muslim Duke in Crete, surrounded by Greeks who want your island, but beyond that, once you survive an hour, that's it, there's no losing. Sunless Skies though, Sunless Sky is funny because winning in Sunless Sky is very similar to dying. You die, you lose whatever money you had, whatever commodities you had on board. You risk losing a random piece of equipment. If you retire instead, then the only difference is you get a little bit more. Still getting half the money, still losing whatever you didn't put in the bank. $2,000 money is actually broached the 2,000 barrier. Interesting stuff tends to happen if you fail. That kind of reminds me of, what was it, Marmalade Boy, I think? Did that get a game? Because I recall reading something about that, where the mangaka was playing a game of it. If not Marmalade Boy, then something similar. And there's a scenario in the game where like you play this little mini game, and if you lose, then this other couple comes in, and you guys have fun just chatting it up. And they believe that the lose condition was more interesting than the win condition. For some odd reason, that stuck with me. What else was like that? I'm trying to think what other games had more interesting lose conditions than win ones. I can't remember if Long Live the Queen did, because normally if you fail in that, it's terminal. One crate of food. Terror is pretty high. Maybe back to Avon then to convert some money to cider. Only 80% chance success. I haven't seen the fail state yet for cider. Failed. It tastes of golden sun, and the fiddle's left behind. Feels left behind. Another. You must have another. The second tastes even better. The third. Well, you don't remember the third one very well. Perhaps in addition there was a fourth and a fifth. You wake up beneath one of the trees in the orchard. Its hard bark against your cheek. You dimly remember singing something inappropriate, and dark looks from the other patrons. Perhaps you remember climbing on the table, but to what end? Goodness, the stars are very bright, aren't they? Very bright indeed. Like little bright needles. So it still drops your terror by 10. By 10 each time. Oh, it's a sovereign count. 2 for success, 8 for failure. Still, it's still pretty cheap as far as terror loss goes. Compared to Magdalene, which is okay, and the Mausoleum, which is way too expensive. How much gossip do I have? 12 left? More cider. That'll do. 5% terror only. Because I got drunk on cider, my crew will behave a lot better. That was on purpose, to wiggle around the engine. That's my story. Permits. Just secrets. Then east, then up. But if I had the mangonel, that'd be 3 shots. 2 to the butt, 1 to the side, then win. I got port report, right? Port report from the Prosper Woods. Port report. Prosper Woods. Traders Wood, I mean. Traders Wood. Port Avon. Okay. To squeeze out my 200 sovereigns every so often. Maybe now I'll get a prospect for Titania. Titania, or maybe Palmiers or Ledbetters. Still sitting on 1 more seat for Port Avon. What's this? Cramped quarters. Forgot I bought that. That was for the sake of the crew on Lustrum, wasn't it? So there'd still be room. Nectar for Magdalenes. Again. But that's alright, we'll go out to the Ledbetter area, maybe Titania, hunt some bees. Maybe Titania more, because Titania tends to have several bees around it, whereas Ledbetter's is more, maybe they will, maybe they won't. Get my 200 sovereigns, my secrets. And away I go. Wait. Oh, I haven't found Titania yet, have I? Alright. But it is going to be the same area as Ledbetter's, so... maybe closer to Carillon? Because I haven't found Old Tom's Well here either. So it might be something like Old Tom's Well up here, then... maybe Titania. Williams Well is here. Stunted Grove is part of Carillon, because that's icy area. So here-ish? I'm gonna guess here-ish. All this game does to randomize the map is put its slices in different places and rotate it, but the slices are always the same. But just rotating the slice makes it so weird to me because I'm accustomed to given orientations. Oh, Wither, don't forget to move your arm around. If you move it, rotate it, stretch it out some, it makes it a bit better. Never want to be too stiff or else it gets to ya. Yeah, I'm thinking between Ledbetter's and Carillon, but normally Titania's shoved into some pocket. So I probably can't go just from this area, and then bam, Titania. If I follow from out here, it's probably gonna go around to Old Tomwell area. Probably closer to the Nowler's Knot. What I'm thinking, Williams Weald, then up. Then Titania nestled in gently. Burrower again. Ugh. Guy's a diva. Is revealed partially. I can't tell if that's just gradient or if that's shoreline. Just gradient, I think. No. I'm sure it's here. Not that far north. Well, it can't be here. So it has to be here. If I know my orientation correctly. Because normally this doesn't connect to Titania. Yeah, Williams Weald. So go to Williams Weald, then head up there. That's what I'm thinking, based on how the previous maps have been. What's in the wreck? Food. Seeds. Seeds for Port Davon. This guy isn't shooting. Why are you not shooting? There you go. Then gun? Do I get special gun? No gun still. Nobody wants to give me their guns. Marauder Mangonel. Looting greater than or equal to, less than or equal to 4. When the Reach Marauder's defeated. So it's just dice rolls. Just gotta keep rolling the dice till eventually you get the Reclaim Marauder Mangonel. More dice rolls. Sovereigns. Gossip. I still think it's funny that the best source of gossip is a bunch of hardened marauders. There's Titania. Titania, but I don't hear the bees. Where are you at, bees? Come on. Habeas corpus, where is it? No bee attack yet, so no bees. Not even one off in the distance. Nothing. Perfectly safe as puppies here. Oh well. At least Ledbetter's close by too. No, that's just engine sounds. Thought I heard a buzzing. That's just a station. Sell stories. A captivating treasure is 650 sovereigns. I don't think I need to, so I'll keep the one. That one came off of a curator anyway. It was a freebie. Sky Stories, got 22. Have 4 in all. 4 in all. Just 5 Sky Stories then. Take them. Cords of nectar for sale. But bees are free. Wait, but bees need heart. If I don't want to lose anybody harvesting the honey from the bees. What's that capacity? 8 out of 15 storage capacity. I think I'll wait then. And nothing else to do here, right? Not till I come back, just port reports. Cheerio, good day. Nothing that'll ever come from having a city on top of a giant flower. A giant pollinating flower. At least the good news is that because I've already been to Albion and Eleutheria, that if they ever ask for a new design, we have the answers already. Used to be I'd stress out about, oh no, what style, what buildings to make. But really, because you only get the boons once per captain, might as well just go with your gut. One moment of inspiration or some fuel really isn't going to make a difference across a whole captain's lifetime. It's a nice bonus, but just a nice bonus. Demand their stolen souls? Well, that's a new one to me. Is that... Loot the hold, strip the engine, strip for repairs, I don't see demand their souls. Oh, there it is. Demand their stolen souls. An opportunity, spirithage. Looting greater or less than or equal to 50. How do we get looting less than or equal to 4? Hidden quality loot in sunless skies. Quality status. Different statuses according to your actions, defined by the comment in front of the quality. That means it's all just random, isn't it? You heard rumors of a reach marauder that has turned to spirithage, unlicensed trade in souls. Spirifers traffic in souls. They ply their clandestine trade across the skies. This engine is one of the white bottles, the grisly gang of marauders who deal in bottled souls. This vessel is one of those plunderers. It is dormant, but occupied. Most of its crew are off to market on other engines, to barter secretly in the ports of the Reach. A skeleton crew remain on board, readying the engine for the next adventure. Convince the crew you're with a gentleman. The midnight smugglers of Pan come to take their tithe of souls. They could say no, but it'll be unwise of them to make an enemy, or storm the engine. You will not sit down with the spiriferers. You'll wrest their stolen souls for their trembling fingers. 100% chance success, or 100% chance success. But it might lose crew. It might be a partial success that gives me the souls at the expense of a few crew loss. 5 tales of terror need 2. Pretend we're gentlemen. The spiriferers acknowledge your signal's request. A white flag waves, indicating permission to board. Well, I just shot them out of the sky, they have no choice. Are they forgetting I just shot them out of the sky? You approximate a thieves' oath on meeting the leader, gleaned from tales you've heard of the wicked gentleman. It suffices, for you're given several crates stocked full of jars. They rattle pleasingly as you carry them back to your own engine. As they blow up behind me. Sometimes blow up isn't very literal. It depends on the writing, like for the Empyrean Scouts. The writing makes it seem like after you blow them up, the engines are still intact with people huddled aboard, waiting for rescue. In some cases, for other engines, everything's just torn apart. Everyone grisly dead. Apparently for that marauder, blown up but completely intact and polite. Fuel? T is okay. But I've only got 15 space max, so T is not what I want. Hunting party, just to explore my own, briefly without terror, idle, for some sky stories, and the clocks. 51% chance to correct it, for a bit of money if I ever come back to Albion. Sabotage, both 51% chances. Well, the next time I'm going to be in London is who knows when, so I might as well sabotage it. Failed! Lost 5 Strength of the Sun, 5 Terror. Capabilities Inquest. Has it been long enough since the research? The Reach contains certain growth-encouraging airs, which I acquired. Captains call it the Peacock Wind. I call it the Breath of God. The phlegmatic researcher strikes the table with his cane. And this is what we've accomplished. A fertilizer so potent, it'll grow whatever you seed into it. It costs a fortune to make, but it's still a tremendous step forward. He glances warily at the stinging scout, whose voice is growing hoarse. I don't know what's gotten into them, although I suppose it is a remarkable discovery. Marshmallows onto a candle wither, the true summer experience. New list. Wants the pen of a scribe spinster, the ligaments of a guest, a trader's wood mandrake, and the ice from Old Tom's Well. Well, lucky enough, Old Tom's Well is just right here. So could stop by and get that. Loading bay, anything else for Winchester? Verdant encouragement. For Port Prosper. Sapling knots to Winchester. Free money's free money. And a port report. Almost forgot the port report. Even more tea. Okay, I think I'm gonna be foolish and grab Old Tom's Well first. It's more time to pass after all, which means might be more bargains or prospects when I come back to Winchester. Don't go away, Monitor. Come back, Mosquito. Give me that booty. Only need the one gun, they said. How's that working out for you? Nameplates, more secrets. 2 secrets. See, why hunt Tacades when you can hunt monitors? Easy source of nameplates. Easy source of secrets, sometimes ministry stamp permits. Benefactors you could sell for a high price. It's practically candy. They're not innocent sailors, Gregory. They're stovepipes. I will admit, sometimes I feel bad, but they're stovepipes. If they didn't want me to kill them all, then they wouldn't have filled their engine with so much good loot. Nectar, 64% chance. Right, Souls of the Bee I do need still. Collecting the soul of a chorister bee swarm is traditionally an onerous endeavor, made a little easier by the distraction that the incognito princess provides. She stands by her porthole, nose nuzzling against the glass, while the spectral remains of the swarm jostle to get closer to her. "Oh, you little people already love me," she whispers, thrilled. While the princess is bonding, you have a more arduous task. Slowly unwinding a soul from the bee's not-quite corpse, while avoiding the last futile twitches of its sting. And I think I could ask my devil about the bee soul, can I? Chorister bee. Need a caged chorister bee, right. And I think... what does that take to collect a chorister bee? There's a few devils you can collect to take to the well of the wolf, I think. Maybe that. be soul number 2. I think there's a third set down there, but I kinda want to see what's in the north today. It's been a while since I really explored the the devils at the well, but I think whether that might be the case. There's that whole story left you could explore at the Well of Albion. That kind of goes into it. And there's also the repentant devil himself. If you romance him, it's pretty much giant bee sex. And that's really all the evidence you need. That when your chosen devil boyfriend disrobes, he becomes a giant space bee. Oh, you know, always. It's always the right time for giant space bee sex. Though I don't think I had that unlocked yet, because I've done nothing with him, haven't asked about his enemies or followed his story at all. Some of the crew you do get to liaison with, and by crew I mean officers. Not that it really does anything. The only one that really has an in-game effect for romancing them is the feline eccentric after you solve their story, because that requires solving her story and being at low hull, and her scene, her romance scene, is ultimately fixing the engine with her, because she's more on the ace side. So instead of sex, instead of romancing a giant clay man or a giant space bee, it's bonding over repairing the engine. So you can actually hold off on the romance until you're out in the skies, low on health, and need a quick fix-up. So it's kind of a one-time only emergency repair. That guy just blew himself up, crashing into the wall. What's the loot? Crew? Treasure? Crew? Treasure? Treasure. For fuel that I was running low on, perfect. They were outraged at the gay sex. Really? Is it really such a bad thing, though? If they wanted to headcanon that particular captain as being straight, then maybe they could have also headcanon as usually that the skies get lonely. Back to work. Partial success. Only lost 1 fuel. I don't know. Personally, I'm more upset when my captain ends up going to cannibalism. That's a bit more distressing to me than the captain seeking the companionship of another. Descend to Old Tom's Well, get some ice, or escort the driver to the well after the ice. Fungal sentience colonizing their minds has led them here, but why? The incautious driver strides to the very lip of the well and leans precariously out to stare into the depths. The well winds pluck at them. You grab a handful of their coat just in case. Can you see them, madam, glimmering in the dark? The bones of the sun. The driver looks back at you. their eyes suddenly as green as old emeralds. A messenger came, inscribed with signs of peace, but it bore a well seed. Murder beneath the arches of heaven. The drivers bowed in shifts. They lurch, and you pull them back onto the gritty ice. When they look up, their eyes have returned to their customary blue. Thank you. My head is feeling very crowded, but the impulse has changed now. I need to return to the nature reserve. Its home is there, or its parents, its master? Not sure, I don't speak fungus. New version of the dragon porn game. Not gonna lie with her. I forget which one is a dragon porn game. Oh right, that one. I remember now. Vegetarians eat vegetables. I'm a humanitarian. Like the old joke, if vegetable oil is made of vegetables, what's baby oil made of? Not gonna lie with her. A game of that description, I could probably think of like a couple of that variety. Some Newgrounds, some not. Turns out, when Flash porn game makers make their games, they have quite a few kinks to explore. And it does not surprise me at all that they somehow managed to make it fun. Like that one Lith game I was talking about a couple months back. The writing still sticks with me. Silly, furry browser porn games have no excuse, have no reason to make the writing that good, and yet they put out a straight-up Pulitzer-worthy novel inside of it. Like, credit where it's due. If somebody wants to make games, and they want to make games that interest them, practice is practice, but it just astounds me just how incredibly well put together that was as a story. Like, that shook my bones, my soul even, into things that made me think about. Regular fiction doesn't do that to me half the time. And yet, one horny game on the internet did. Somehow I'm thinking though that you probably won't get those into high school English classes as reading assignments. Forever to fall into the obscurities of history. Ice for the well, from the well. He also wants what then? Also wants a mandrake, ligaments of a guest, scribe spinster pen. Oh well, all he's getting is the well ice. $400 sovereigns. Broke 3,000. It's a shame you can only turn in one or everything, or you can only turn it in once at all, and you can't just give him one, leave, give another, leave, give another. But at least once his research is done, you are free to collect everything you can and turn it in at your leisure, as an endless source of money. $3,000 sovereigns. It's tempting to go back to the Blue Kingdom and see if there isn't a prospect for those immaculate souls I picked up in Albion. How's my stats so far? 42, 16, 41, 34. Getting pretty close to when I can start using cool equipment. And we have saplings for New Winchester, verdant encouragement for Fort Prosper. Oh, just realized, it's 1906 right now. So we officially made it almost to a full year in game. It was what, March when it starts? 14th of March was game start. So next month is one whole year. Who survived the whole year so far? Chad, Dewey Mock, Mr. Krabs, and everyone else died and got replaced. Well, Chad is cheating. He's sitting over in Lustrum, mining hours, while everybody else risks their lives. Sovereigns, more secrets. Flowers for Titania, 5 sacks to be exact. Why is the only thing people want seeds and flowers? They live in the Reach, there's nothing but seeds and flowers around here. They want 3 more. I've got 2 gourds of nectar. I think I'm going to do something incredibly foolish. And give myself a circuit to run the Blue Kingdom. Follow the sound of commotion. Mid-morning calm is shattered by furious yelling in the distance. The psalmists are causing trouble again, shouts a passing urchin joyously. What's the requirement? The requirement is, know where the judgments keep their thrones. Chapel Street is lined with the gleaming churches, dedicated to every conceivable deity, sect, or heresy. And there is a corner of Chaplet Street, nestled between a crematorium and a tobacco shop, where the city's least popular temples have been segregated. On this grubby and profane little corner, a group of yellow-collared vicars are trying to make themselves heard above the furious yelling of gonged priests. The psalmists seem to be getting into an unholy row with the new sequencers. As we approach, psalmists pour from the ramshackle church and charge. Mediate, wade in with my fists ready. 64% chance. 52 to mediate. Sit back, watch the fight, sneak away. These are probably the 2 most despised cults in New Winchester. Doesn't matter who wins, but it promises to be entertaining. Maybe? Who am I? What kind of person am I? Bash heads if they settle down? Nah, just sit back and watch. It's not my fight. A scrabbling, vicious, faintly embarrassing street fight ensues. The constables arrive and break it up before long. This again? One of the constables pinches the bridge of her nose. She pulls a slip of paper from her pocket and hands it to the psalmist's head priest. We're shutting your church down, effective immediately. You've been nothing but trouble since you've arrived. The priest stares at the paper. He sits heavily on his church's doorstep. The psalmist priest throws himself at your feet. I kneel before you twice scorned, he says. Once by my former congregation, and now again by the prejudiced machination of the city. Please take us aboard your train. He pulls a tattered map from his equally tattered robes. Here, the white well to the blue kingdom, where the dead go. We will build anew there. We will spread our word even beyond the veil. Okay, sure. The psalmists of the cursing church are so overjoyed that a few of them attempt to smile. It is a terrible thing to behold. They settle back into their habitual frowns as they gather their meager belongings and file into your train. And the Grand Premiere, a Mademoiselle Lumiere. She's wasted no time in organizing her premiere. To express her gratitude, she's given you tickets. Is MME Mademoiselle or Madame? MME. Morphine milligram equivalents. I'm guessing that's not it. Abbreviation? Madame, not Mademoiselle. Sorry, madam. Gregory, I believe it. There are so many passengers that I pick up and then forget for months or years on end in universe. Madame Lumiere has reopened a theater beneath the arches of the Bishop-Bridge. Prominent tackities sit with London sympathizers. They have formed a brief truce, united in their loathing of cramped velvet seats. A light flares on the plaster wall. The film begins. The film is titled Concupiscence of the Verdants. Flickering images on painted lenses jerk across the wall. The camera luxuriates in the collapsing brown flesh of a fruiting fungus. The flight of a sporing body. The sudden bursting of a violet fungal sac. The prolonged death spasms of the cameraman. There are gasps from the audience. Take in the detail. Admire the wider picture. If you avoid looking at the foreground, there's much to appreciate. The film strips have been painted to reveal the lush bloom colors of the landscapes, the violent purple of the fungus. There's an awful beauty to the whole thing, or close my eyes. Now I'm going to take it all in. Lumiere has an exacting eye. Some of the shots are blemished, but what has been captured reveals much about the region's flora. The work is worth careful attention. The final sequence of the rotting fungal husks collapsing onto the settlement is exquisite. And yet you are the only one who remains behind to congratulate Lumiere. I wish more were so discerning, she smiles. Still, this was only a start. Please, meet me later. Is it later? It's later. She rings for 2 cups of nectar-infused tea. I crave this stuff, she says, a smile creasing her face like a well-used cushion. I'm too old to be lugging cameras about anymore, waiting for the perfect shot. My own fault. I could have stayed in London, but I wanted to see the stars. Thanks for helping me home. This is where I'll stay now, I think. She coughs into a yellow-stained handkerchief. Time to fund films, rather than to make them, I think. The coughing worsens. Please excuse me. She leaves with a hurried goodbye, and the bill, and 500 XP. Sapling knots, you're what, 150? 150 sovereigns. Repairs are good. Wondering if I should buy more cargo space. Should be okay for now. I could buy a Brutomart for marginally faster speed. What I'll do is make or break myself in the Blue Kingdom. last time went to the Blue Kingdom and got almost no financial benefit from it and merely almost died 2 or 3 times. Because look at how small that Zumi is. That left and right dodging. That is no horizontal distance. Horizontal distance is survival. It's gonna be alright though. What's the worst it'll be? Some Logowai, Eaters of the Dead, Spiriffers with multiple missiles, multiple homing missiles, on top of a rotating gun they can use at the same time. But it's so gonna be worth if we get a prospect that asks for 5 Immaculate Souls at the White Well. That's 1 short trip to Erd. I could drop off the Psalmist while I'm there, and we'll be rich. Burrower below hates me just for traveling. I really can't tell with these ants. I don't look at the light enough, but they really want there to be something here. You know, maybe these ants are just desperate. They know it's human territory. Human territory means food. Everything else is drying up outside. But that doesn't make sense calorically. Wasting the gamble of all these ants on maybes. That foreshadowing and the vagabond having enemies among the dead. I mean, who doesn't? But for him, in particular. Okay, so, is there anything of worth? Gemstones for Death's Door. Hours for the White Well? Just hours? I mean, hours I can do. What do they want? 5 to complete? I have 5 selections of Immaculate Souls and nobody wants them. Enterprising Hawker has constructed a makeshift hour loom to make the wait to enter the stone-faced court seem less, or to prolong the time before the spirits are pronounced dead if they wish to linger. Bleh. Okay, so what route to take? If I take the top route, it's kind of the direct route from the Skybar Net to the Nethermoor, White Well, then Stone-Faced Court. But there's a risk. Apparently, there's a higher chance now of Spiriffers fighting Eaters of Dead right here at the first gate. Sometimes there's some Eaters right here as well. Pretty common spawn for them. Here and here. On these middle bits. But going by way of Zaremba Bridge, Feast of Cats, guaranteed Resurrectionists and Spiriffers. If it was for a sale of Immaculate Souls, this would be exciting. But for hours. For selling hours. Okay, gotta take it slow. Because I need to ID Eaters. Oh, scared me, just a curator, that's it. just a curator. Did he get angry at my negative review of the modern curator and decide to go extra on me? Because the one at the Desolation of Saliva wasn't anywhere near this aggressive. I think he's angry. He's angry that I've disparaged the modern curator. I don't think I have any, what is it, favors with the embassy right now. I have no favor, no gratitude. And there's no way to gain gratitude but finishing up with the rental dispute, or by getting more port reports. All this for 5 hours. No. Someday, watches in Azure, Tisiphone, 6,000 for Tisiphone, Heart 65 for the Watchers. Oh, hello. He followed me in. Back to the Reach, then. I guess the Psalmists are just gonna stay on board my engine. And because passengers don't actually expend any additional amount of food, they're just gonna stay locked up on my engine, never getting fed. Back to the Reach. See, that was 2 times, coming here and coming out, where the Burwer didn't hate me already, he was going to hate me. That beast. I guess what I could do is give what 2 nectars I have to Magdalene's. Drop off the Verdant Encourager at Port Prosper, pick up a settler, so where the settler wants to go, pick up some port reports. That'll be what, like 200 something for the Encourager? Couple of hundred for the Nectar. Oh, hello. Fungal Crinoline. You're a rarity. Scrape for supplies, destroy for Terra Drop, study the fungus. Is that going to be a condemned experiment or a uncanny specimen? Visions of heaven, so neither. Does not respond to movement, heat, or light. Does, however, seem inclined towards sound, emitting puffs of spores in the direction of 2 chattering crewmen. You perform further experiments. It ignores the noises of engines, and is unresponsive to music, but it does respond to singing. Apparently, the fungus likes voices. Maybe I get lucky, and the next settler I pick up from Port Prosper is going to be one of those that die quickly. Because if it is, and if I study that, that becomes a condemned experiment to pick up Bayan from the circus. Winchester be nice. New prospects. Could you imagine that this game existed for like a year maybe after official release without a dedicated horn button, and even longer in early access? One seed. One seed for Titania. Bleh. Nectar for Magdalenes. Yeah, the horn does do stuff. It makes noise. And it's a different noise per locomotive. It enriches the soul and makes you feel good. I think there were rumors that you could use a horn to get the attention of Sky Beast, but it doesn't seem to work. If something I want to hunt is swimming away, doesn't matter how much I wail on my horn, it doesn't hear me. If I get closer, it's going to aggro simply by proximity. East. And the little bell you make, the little ding 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 sound when you pull into a port. On a transit relay, you could spam that. You could just keep on ringing that bell indefinitely. So that's another benefit of the horn. On the transit relays, you could spam both the horn and the bell. Which really, what more do you want? No gun still. Dang, Corpse Eater. 30 games from your wish list cleared. Is that cleared because you purchased them off the Steam Summer Sale? Or cleared as in you accepted that 30 games is too much and you have to limit yourself? Dang. 30 solid purchases. Those must have been huge bargains. I'm gonna have to peek at it afterwards and see what exactly they have to offer. I'm going to assume that Sega hasn't given us Ishin or Kenzin onto Steam. Probably haven't given us Judgment in a surprise Steam sale release. I don't know what's up with Sega, but I really hope that their however long exclusivity with Stadia is at least paying them out. Imagine building up hype for some cool thing, and then releasing it to a market share of like 4, 5 players tops. Epic 1-year exclusivity, I get. Epic is just another marketplace. Perfectly fine. But Stadia? Nobody's got the internet for Stadia. More books that nobody's buying yet. It's kind of funny. On Twitter, if you badmouth Stadia, you will get people who will come out and really try their hardest to sell you on it. Like, dude, this is Twitter. You're not going to convince me to buy the Stadia on Twitter. But they will try their hardest to convince you that it is the biggest thing in gaming. They better be paid for that. Craigery. Yakuza series and its spin-offs, it seems like Sega's taken to doing like Stadia exclusivity for PC release. They'll say it's coming out to PlayStation 5 and PC, and by PC, They mean Stadia. It comes out to Steam eventually, but you just gotta wait half a year to a year for the Stadia to wear off. Decent discounts on the Yakuza games. At this point, I haven't picked up 6 or 7 yet. I'm assuming 6 might be better discounts since 7 just released in the West like, what, last year? But I might look at them. Also, these fallows are gorgeous. In the first map that I played, the fallows was between Winchester and Magdalene's, so you always knew to go for this gorgeous blue. Only that one part of the sky is that gorgeous blue color. No place else, and nothing happens there. It's just pretty. Someday though, Ishin, I figure that if Great Ace Attorney finally released after all these years, maybe there's hope for Ishin. Modest homestead, not much of a conversationalist. Enticing smell that wafts from her kitchen are convincing. Maybe this one is not a cannibal. You kind of have to interpret the description to see if what they're going to feed you is meat or meat. Modest homestead, enticing smell. Modest doesn't mean sparse though, or scarce. Host serves a grim but filling gruel, then follows with a plate of genuinely exceptional custard tarts. Cool. Got tarts. Tarts is always better than cannibalism. Money situation, 2,800 still. Maybe I'll count it as a guaranteed 3,000 since money in the bank for 2 port reports. What's nearby? Avon? I could swing by Avon for maybe a 3rd port report. But I don't think anything needs Avon right now, because I canceled the prospect for Seeds 2 Port Avon. So once I get my 10,000, going to be one of the better engines and a better locomotive. Should be enough for both. Port report. Verdant encouragement. 450 only. We get the dog. Beware the inadvisably big dog. Something large and immodestly fluffy this way comes. 88% chance. Come here, puppy. Imagine if I somehow failed the chance of the dog. A dog of colossal proportions, golden as a liquid pale nectar, comes stampeding through the stalls, crashing into displays, tripping bystanders. Menace in the body of a long-tailed, velvet-nosed stuffed toy. You move into the canine's trajectory, arms spread wide. The dog takes this as an invitation to pounce, bowling you over, and subsequently half-drowning you in slobber. The locals are only too happy to lead the animal away, especially after they discover that no one knows who he belongs to, where he came from, and why they've tolerated him for so long. 'Cause he's a big puppy with a big giant nose is why. Aunt? What are we missing for aunt? Reputation with the West Enders. And affiliation establishment. 3. Could I get that establishment affiliation? Bohemia. That's 1 establishment. Establishment 1. And that'll be it, right? Nope. Still 1 too little. I have 2. Bohemia. Villainy. Establishment. Rely on your establishment credentials to meet your inconvenient aunt's friend. They requested we meet at the Admiral Nelson, your aunt says. You'll need to keep the right company to get in. They won't admit just anyone, she says proudly. You are led to the table. Your aunt examines the menu with a critical eye. Ginger snaps, she exclaims. Goodness me. You cannot tell if this is a good thing or not. At last, an older lady joins you. She introduces herself as a countess. This is the last time, she says to your aunt. You are not to contact me again. The St. Dunstan's rendezvous concerns the murder of a son, the countess says, frowning. There were 4 attendants. The chaplain of the new sequence, February, Her Majesty's Privy Councillor, and Her Majesty the Queen. She rises and thrusts what looks like a Christmas card into your aunt's hand, before walking away swiftly. Okay, now who to switch back to? Veils and mirrors, hearts and mirrors, iron and veils, hearts and iron. Maybe hearts. Though mirrors is kind of low, stick to mirrors then. Who else does mirrors? Your hearts and irons, hearts and 6 mirrors. And that puts me at 45, 49, 46, and dump stat. Good enough for now. And who is our next settler? By Jove, finally time to see the real frontier, to Lustrum, and hunting on the way for chorister bees. I don't mind that. The only trouble is that Lustrum is in, it's not quite the polar opposite of B-Zone, but we're not going to get bees en route unless you go Winchester, then swing by Titania, and maybe they won't get bored, because sometimes if you take too long she gets bored. Bazaar is seeds. Heading back up to Winchester anyway. What's it been? 3 hours now, almost. Did I get port report? 3 hours now, almost. For about 3,000 sovereigns. Port report? I did. Okay, good. Just triple, quadruple checking. And relatively straight shot, so I am going to grab myself a bathroom break and trust my incautious driver to get us to New Winchester safely, so BRB. Not where I thought I am? What you mean? I'm exactly where I thought I'd be. Oops, wrong button. What's that doing there? Bam. See, Waste Wave is fine. Waste Wave, all she tries to do is pull me towards interesting things. Fuel and time to double back. Or press on with a 42% chance success. I've only got the 2 fuel. Need 2. Gonna risk it then. Failed. Lost 2 crew! Alright. Time to pull out the old dice. Random dice. And this is supposed to be a chill day. Thanks, Waste Wave. So, how much crew is this? 7 crew? Was 7 crew. One D7 gives 5 and 4. Who's 5 and 4? 5 and 4. Bob and Corpse Eater. Sorry, Bob. Sorry, Corpse Eater. Collapse these cells. Delete row. Delete row. Paperwork. Admin paperwork. What date is this? This is the 11th of March. The first death of the year. Congratulations. 11th March? 11th March 1906. Cause of death. Mist is soft at the windows. The stars have gone awry. You crawl onwards. There's an outbreak of star madness among the crew. Star madness again? Sometimes the Waste Wave just wants to take some crew. That's all it is. She gets lonely. Lipkins Field. Outside the memorial of the unknown route. This is fine, right? 5 is totally the safe limit for crew? The safe crew minimum? It's fine, it's 5. 5 is perfectly safe. But hey, that means a solid 10 deaths now. Officially double digits. I think it's pretty much safe for me to unequip the crap crew quarters. Only had to run the first place to accommodate crew at Lustrum. And everyone at Lustrum is who I need at Lustrum. So now it's just 10 extra pounds of fuel. Consumption, I mean. Could go Avon. Avon first. Get one report. Slow day in Avon. Since time has passed, means more fuel for the cheap. Then hook up to Victory Hall. Sell the port reports, the new Winchester, and hope that there's a better prospect this time. Maybe get extra dumb again, stop wrecked by the Blue Kingdom, and see if anybody wants my Immaculate Souls. I really want to do Blue Kingdom because Blue Kingdom needs money. You get very rich doing a couple of routes of the Blue Kingdom, but until I get the agrarian class locomotive, this little boost just isn't going to help me live. Maybe save up until I can get the agrarian, then go to Blue Kingdom? Because really, the difference in the sideways thrusts between this and the next engine up is massive. Like, you could sail the skies just off the side boosters alone, is how quick it is. Quiet day for more fuel. Another port report. And I have 5 total welcome. 5 total welcome. Bazaar's already got munitions. In 77% chance success for cider. The 26% terrors. 16. And the upstairs is nothing, right? Can't even go upstairs now. Can't even go upstairs to the hunting club. Be sure to stop by and hang out, they say. Then lock the door on me forever. Alright, so what do we do after New Winchester? Barring any other prospects, my settler wants to go to Lustrum, but also wants to hunt some Chorister bees, assuming they haven't totally been bored out yet. So could hook up towards Ledbetter's, then Titania, or just Titania, because it's been long enough the bees will attack. So Titania, then Lustrum? Because should be a clear shot from Titania to whatever this is. Whelping Rest. The signal box. Then maybe could pick up crew from Lustrum. If we're done mining out the mountain. What am I carrying? Books, munitions, and seeds. And nobody wants either. Port reports. New total 3,061 sovereigns. A solid rate of about what? 1,000 sovereigns per hour now? That's not a safe place for the come. Minuscule repairs. Caroline Connection wants what? 5 barrels of ours. Lustra Mines. 9 crates of munitions. 135 each. Finally, they're asking for stuff. Where were these prospects the entire rest of the game? Magdalene's I'll keep. Death's Door. Empyrean. Okay, obviously I don't have 9 munitions, do I? I do actually have 9 munitions. But I don't have space. I'm going to need... Oh, that's everything. Maybe I'll hit up Carillon after Lustrum. Titania, get some nectar, then Lustrum, get some hours, then Carillon, then home. Good plan? Good plan. But there's no room for anything else. Well, there's no guarantee, though, that there's going to be any nectar at Titania, though, because that requires harvesting off bees. And that needs mirrors, I think. Mirrors to guarantee honey success? Is it hearts or mirrors? Because bees give nectar and experience. I think it's hearts for the experience and wisdom for the nectar, or mirrors. So max out on mirrors, 6 mirrors, 2 mirrors, 2 mirrors, so does it matter? Veils and veils, irons and veils, mirrors, that's the best it can be for now. Two and 1. That'll do. That'll get me towards Titania. And at Titania, we could at least drop off, not drop off. What's at Titania? Nothing's at Titania. Bees, right. Hunt bees to excite the traveler, the settler. To maybe squeeze out an extra 100 or an extra 50 out of them. And food doesn't matter. There's 1 crate after this. This is the last crate. This will be leftovers. And 5 crew don't eat much. To think, I could be shooting down all these Takiti scouts. They're only scouts, they're easy. And if I do, I'll have so many seeds. Seeds, and maybe even crockery. Ooh. I don't know actually if they carry crockery on them. But crockery is so low value, I don't even bother, so I wouldn't be surprised. Give me your bees, give me your marauders. Just imagine the quality of life upgrade that would be in a weapon upgrade alone if I can just get the marauder gun. If I get that one gun, I could hunt everything. Dreadnoughts, Scornflukes, even Eaters of the Dead if I had a better engine to lob around in. William's Wheel, so next left. And nothing. No random encounters. Petals are in view, but so far I don't hear the bees. Is Titania really so bereft of bees? Apparently they're just bereft of bees. Dang, really? No, nothing. Titania is under siege. Chorister bees flooded street and petals, but not the skies apparently. The thrashing of their wings is the drumbeat of the apocalypse, and the people flee in panic for their mighty stingers. But there is no safe harbor and no respite. All is lost. Flee the bee-apocalypse. Back to the train! Bees! No. Help defend Titania. 100% chance success. All hands, ready all weapons. Fire! God, fire! Lost no crew? If it was a partial success, he might lose crew. Plain song drowns the lamentation, and the fury and the mind. All the world joins death's hymnal, those who proudly defy their fate, and those who beg for wretched mercy, those who raise their arms, those who buckle their knees. The chorister hive takes the lyrics of poets, yet unwritten, the unsung songs from the lips now forever silent. It is only iron and fire, let's talk about poets. Iron and fire that quietens the voice of the carnage. But lo, the song ends only by its own accord. Once the nectar is gathered, the hive departs, and there is a lasting silence. Report. New start for Titania. Naturally it has to be the Eleutherian aesthetic. Albion? Nah. The dark beauty, the lure of the classic and the pagan. Gate 1 affiliation Bohemia. Port repairs are super cheap. Full repairs is only 30 sovereigns. What generosity. And now funds for Titania is like 1,000 for each stage, isn't it? 100, 500 sovereigns, 1,000. Next stage of Titania is 1,000. But I've only got 2,900 for myself. Miss, you are on your own. Maybe we'll convince somebody the art exhibition to invest for the value of 100 sovereigns each time. For free front. I can't remember if I need a captivating treasure for the truth. If I do, then I could get more simply by hunting curators, but it's kind of a rare job for them. Like the Reclaim Marauder Mangonel is for the Marauders. But I'm pretty sure that if I finish off the Blue Kingdom Embassy's rental dispute in favor of the Devils, and that also gives a treasure? We'll see. You can always come back to sell it if I need to. Hours. Again. Maybe. I've only got 2 fuel though. 2 fuel, no food, and 12 out of 15 storage space. So I could grab 3 hours, solid Carillon, buy food, and then scoot on over to Lustrum before my fuel runs out. But feels a bit tight. Nah. There's gonna be hours over in Lustrum. Well, sorry, Settler. You simply won't get to hunt any bees then. Apart from the bee hunt when Titania was under attack, but that doesn't count. Somehow. It's not dead end, is this? Should open up here. Emphasis on should. No, it doesn't. Played myself. You can even see where it pinches to accommodate the randomization. It's alright though. A crate of food and 4 fuel is plenty to get to Lustrum. And fuel's a more important thing anyway. Fuel is the most important thing, and yet I insist on wasting it by waving my ship back and forth and scuttling. Hey, more stuff, but I have no room. I can't tell what it is. Is that fuel? Free fuel? 'Cause 5 now? Sorry, fuel. We'll just pretend we never got you then. There really is no shortcut then, is there? Because that's all dead end. Titania really is pocketed in this time, in its own little world. Depending on how your slices arrange, this could be a path up elsewhere. In most of my maps it is. But I guess here it just falls into the wall by Carolon. Looks exactly like a current map. That's honestly pretty cool. Like, between my first 2 lineages, it was actually kind of amazing how much they lined up. I think Eleutheria and the Reach had some differences here and there, but Albion was almost 100% perfect between the two. The only difference was an extremely slight rotation, but beyond that, the Albion and my first 2 lineages were like perfectly the same. Almost made me think that all Albions would be. For the different lineages I played, this map is extraordinarily different. Even when things jump around, I've kind of come to expect having Wolbury to the south, the Royal Academy, and the Sun to the east, things like that. And that's all switched up. Eleutheria I can't even recognize. They have the Empyrean on the east, I think. Who puts the Empyrean on the east? It just messes with my head. All it does is rotate, but it messes with my head. Oh, that's perfectly fine, Gregory. To only half watch and preserve the thrills of the, what do you call it? The early exploratory phases when things are still covered up. Spare hour. I'm right outside Lustrum, so goodbye fuel. Then a bull cantankery, which I could fight easily. But the reward is not really a reward to fighting bull cantankeries. Okay, for once, I didn't get stuck in the desolation of Saliba. But really, if only there was a way for the game to preserve that sense of dread and tension that you feel the best when you haven't unlocked all the map. When you don't know where things are yet, then you're taking risks. Every trip out of port is, are you going to find your way back? Do you have enough fuel and food? Are there monsters up ahead? If there are, is there a way to escape? You don't know. So there's so much risk-reward in the early games, or at least for the early maps, before you uncover them all. And I really don't know how you would preserve that. Could do the Sunless Sea thing, where it always randomizes a map. And honestly, that makes more sense in skies, since you're in space, it's floating. It makes more sense in skies for things to move around than it does in the Untersee, though there it has its own explanation. 1,215 sovereigns, 40-40. And it and they're selling munitions here! I could have just brought 4. My very own claim, collect my haul. Nothing to report. Just 7 barrels of hours. Foreman is bad news. My claim has run dry. Oh man, when it comes to like fearfulness of an unknown area, Albion is definitely it. Albion has so much worse monstrous things than even Eleutheria. And it's so much more angular. The Reach has plenty of open space, Eleutheria is nothing but space. But Albion, when you go out into the unknown darkness to fill out that map, you don't know what you're going to get. You've got like huge angular walls all around you that bend off. Unless there's someplace like Wolbury or outside Perduance where it's a lot more open. I would straight up take double the fuel and food I normally would to explore Albion because it needs it. You never know. And if I see anything that I'm not prepared to fight, just straight up go back to port. Because I don't know if the routes up ahead are going to be more monsters or more safety, or just trap me in. That's how tense it gets in Albion. Let me see though, I've only got 2 space. I think what I'll do is leave my crew and the bad news for now and come back when I got more space still. Because what he tells me is bad news, that the claim has run dry. Then they squeeze out a little bit of extra hours to give me. And what I need more than hours is food and supplies. So maybe 2 fuel to get me to Carillon, and from Carillon to back home, and then buy my supplies when I get to Carillon. And there is nothing extraneous on board. Sweet Jane, for permits, artifacts, sovereigns. How many sovereigns? For 1 stovepipe nameplate. Give me the permits. Slowly making my way towards more sovereigns anyway. 1 nameplate gives me 50 sovereigns. It's not too much. O'Brien factory. Keep on trucking. Okay, back to Carillon. To sell them some hours, which will improve the fortune of the stovepipe, but oh well. Did I get the port report? Triple, quadruple check. Titania, Empyrean, Achilles, Carillon, nothing for Lustrum. That is 100 sovereigns I cannot afford to leave behind. That is money. That is free money that you are entitled to from the government. Explore, port report, drop off the settler. Forgot that too. Without hunting a bee for him. Sorry, madam. She gives you a smile, as weak as the tea she's been brewing aboard your engine, before making a quick departure. Oh, only 150 sovereign. She'll have to satisfy her bloodlust some other way. Tea shop while I'm here, because I haven't yet had the Empress's favor. Familiar, comfortable, with just a hint of lingering bitterness. A true Londoner's blend. And all 3 teas drank. Now I'll leave to Caroline. With what's really 2 1/4 cans of fuel to get from here to Caroline to Winchester. How's my fuel consumption? 1.05 fuel efficiency. It's plenty. Cantankerous going by so fast that even going cheek to cheek has an aggroed. Passes how many times, and just now officially discovered the playing fields. Just more Takati scouts. Takati scout that straight up killed a Cantankerous by getting hit by it. Thank you for the experience points, because anything that dies gives the experience to me. Oh, is that ours? I think I mind that it's not glowing. Is it? No, it is. Which means now I've only got room for, like, what, a resupply of 1 supply when I get to Caroline? But that's fine, it's close to home anyway. These Cantankerous aren't aggroing me at all. I think they know. Well, this one doesn't. Now it knows. Always gain uncanny specimen but may lose crew. At 84%. Had a percent chance success for sovereigns. Partial. Oh, just 2 terror. 2 terror is nothing, that's fine. Oh, Caroline? Where's that checkerboard garden? Okay, good, this is Caroline. Just making sure I wasn't aiming myself towards a desolation of Saliber again. Sell my hours. 4,900. Nectar on the cheap. Okay. Nectar on the cheap and some supplies from Grimoires. Then out I go, because I'm pretty sure I already have my port report. Got that already. Nothing else to do on Caroline, because my soul is immaculate. And I can't steal from the burrower because the burrower hates me. But if the burrower hates me already, why do I care about whether or not I steal from him? If I know that the burrower is displeased, then why not just steal those gemstones anyway? There's nothing to lose. I can't make him more mad. I feel like this here is just a wall. So down to Schwartz's Oath. Marauder first. If I could actually get him. Get my beat down. Still no guns. I am straight up gonna get the Wrath of Heavens before I even see a single Marauder Mangonel. I really might as well. Part of the Sovereign update is that they dropped the requirements to use the Wrath of Heavens from 75 hearts to 65. So it's a lot easier for most captains to use it without having to spec out for hearts completely. How was hearts currently? Like 60 something, or like 40 something? 44, where was it? Where's hearts? 46? So 20 more points of hearts, and I could shout living hate at people. The wiki hasn't been updated, really, that's surprising. The wiki tends to be a little bit esoteric, but at least before Sovereign, things are mostly up to date. Is that the same fungal crinoline? Or has it just not been cleaned up? New fungal crinoline? What do I want? Supplies and terror? Destroy the fungus. Reduce terror. Your crew lays a trail of gunpowder for the inner door to the fungus. You light a match, set the trail ablaze, and slam the door. The flash of heat is immense. The spore burns ferociously. You can hear a high-pitched wail, almost a scream. Heated air, perhaps, that was trapped in the fragment's pores. Your crew cheer. Update in some places, but not others. That's fine, I guess. I mean, a wiki is ultimately a volunteer effort, primarily by fans. So it's not like anybody's getting paid to make sure the most accurate, updated information is on there. And heck, I've seen a lot of extremely empty wikis for most things. So, just having any information is a thankful thing for me. Wolsey Station. More unseasoned hours for Carolon, greedy! And bronzer for Avon, they want 5 consignments. Money's money though, so I have no reason not to give to Carolon. I think the Sun of Skies wiki is pretty cool, since its density is less about, like, story material and things like that. I think that's, like, something, a lineage from, like, the Fallen London wikis, where they really don't want to give spoilers for stories on there. But it is dense on, like, mechanical stuff. There are some stubs, but if you know where to look, they give plenty of this does that, does this sort of stuff. One nectar for Magdalene's, 5 hours for Carolon. Wood, how much wood? 5 wood for Avon? I can do wood for Avon. So let's say wood for Avon, come back, then give stuff to Carolon and Magdalene's. Because Magdalene's is here, then I'm pretty sure that this mountain opens up to Bonnie Shepherd's. So Avon, refuel, Maggie's, Carolon, or Maggie's to Lustrum. Maggie's to Lustrum, pick up my crew, then Carolon. I think I'll do. And Lustrum has a few more hours anyway. Look at this, actually turning things around and making money. Now that the game is giving me ways to make money. I grabbed wood, right? Grabbed wood, good. But I didn't grab the honey. It's okay. No, it's not okay, because I need that honey for Magdalene's. Couple of port reports. Maybe a couple of not archives, artifacts, for when I do need to go back to the Blue Kingdom. At this rate, by the time I get to the Blue Kingdom, money is not going to be an issue. Would have made my several thousand sovereigns, bought a new engine, upgrade to a better, well, both engines, locomotive and the engine. Bank. Bam. 1 globule of nectar. Then out to Avon. Time is at 2 p.m. 3.5 hours of stream to make 4,000, I wish it was 7,000, 4,700 sovereigns. I think this is my own fault, trying to rush it last stream. Had a goodly amount of sovereigns, thought that was enough. Head to Eleutheria, but there's nothing in Eleutheria, drain some money. Come back, maybe Albion. Got a few good levels, but by then was already too broke. Which makes you wonder if a speed run of Sunless Sky is even possible. Is there an entry for Sunless Skies on speedrun.com? Let me see. Sunless Skies speedrun. Sunless Skies speedrun from March 10, 2019, 96 hours, 23 minutes, 44.23 seconds. There's Sunless Sea. I can imagine Sunless Sea being easier, because money was so much easier in that. If the game is extremely long, then maybe something like a smaller goal is smart. That's kind of partially why I'm doing a 1cc from game start to truth end, but even just that one goal is extremely long. I suppose maybe one could speedrun like There are easier ambitions, like for fame or for wealth. That'll also take a while. Taken a while with loads and loads of traveling. %73% chance it still failed. Tale of Terror, but at least you still get the nameplate. But the travel time is kind of why you at least want to get a better engine for full Steam mode. But that costs money, so you gotta scour the skies to make money to afford the engine. So even then, that's a huge time commitment. Quiet day. How about cheap fuel? Singular port report. Right, bronzewood. Came here to sell bronzewood. For 1,400 each. You see, when the game is nice, it practically throws money at you. 6,000 sovereigns now. And plenty of fuel and supplies to scoot my boot over to Magdalene's and sell 1 nectar. Magdalene's. Go boy of Cottlescombe. Maybe pick up the fatalistic signalman since he has not shown up yet. Supplies for bronzewood. I got 5 supplies, sure, take it. Sorry, Cantankeree, but getting close to the next level. Ooh, and a new monitor spawned in. Sorry, monitor, but close to the next level. So what's a bit of murder, if it means personal growth? These spawns are hot. That pop right back in again. Permits for me. Alright, am I going to get an actual new, one of the new Sovereign Edition facets, or all just the same default ones? All just the same default ones, except for Far Traveled from getting around. Otherwise, everything else is the exact same ones as the previous 5 levels, with only one difference. It really wants me to have these. It's really wild because sometimes you have the choice of 2 really good facets, either really good for stats or really good because it's a really cool background that you want your captain to have, and you want both, and then you gotta pick just one. So you pick one, and the other one leaves forever, whereas these 4 just won't go away. If I have any complaint at all about the Sovereign Edition, is that it really normalizes and puts an iron to all of your captains. So many new cool facets, but you won't see any of them, unless you're playing loads and loads of captains of the same lineage, maybe dying a lot. Because so far these are all the same facets of pre-Sovereign captains I played a billion times already. There is nothing unique or new here. They have removed uniqueness by widening the pool of facets, but then only giving you a tiny straw to drink with. I know that they're done with this game, and there's not going to be any more updates apart from maybe bug patches. But if they had to change anything mechanical, loosen this up. Let us be the captains we want to be. How do you have such a queer-friendly game, and then say you don't get to be who you want to be? We could interpret it that way, unfairly. Far traveled, journey to every quarter of the heavens. Your accounts of your travels are in great demand. When your avid audience asks what the sky holds, what do you answer? For this captain, given that we were close to death and became more cautious from that, terrors would be fitting. Humanity was never intended, never invited to the heavens. You are intruders at a grand house, and you have learned to tread carefully. Carefully, yes, but are we intruders? Surely these are wonders. If that is, you are bold enough to tread in places of the fear, and sturdy enough to weather the winds. It is a place of wonders. Deadly wonders, in which you must be cautious in. But we were a Z captain. We could appreciate that these are wonderful skies. And it's not like the place we came from is any safer. And now I've only got, what, 9 facets to fill in? At some point, I have got to pick a faction in Eleutheria and finish that up before my fast is complete. It's kind of a shame when you get the opportunity for a unique facet, but run out of levels. Ding doom. Still nothing here. No fatalistic signal man anywhere. East from here, bearing slightly north. Or not, just east. The ratties, according to the Skywarn urchin. You know, I do have to wonder if Failbetter's ever gonna make another game in this style. C, people liked. Skies has its fun. But C is done. Skies is finished without getting something as big as a Mariner. But Fought in London itself constantly gets updates. Mask of the Rose, more of a texty thing as well. Text and stories is definitely their strength. So it makes you wonder if these two games, Sea and Skies, are going to be it for the more action-oriented ones. Not gonna lie, even when I was playing a lot of Fought in London, it kinda got to the point where for me, you had to either grind out a lot to get your stats up slightly, or pay money. And it's a good game. It has its fans. But that's about the point where I drop a game. So I never got as deeply into it as I did with these two. But it was fun for what I played. But I'm thinking that with Fought in London still being its cash cow, that maybe that might be the focus. Last Nectar. And more books. But I want to buy more books because space is limited. I got plenty of books as it is that nobody's bought yet. And if there is a southern route to Lustrum, it might be through here. There definitely is one through here that goes by way of the Fallen Saint or the Silent Saint, whatever it's called. But I don't recall what the shape of the exact route is, so... bit of extra fuel. And port report. Can't keep forgetting those. House of Comfort, port report. Now I could leave. And still no condemned experiment to pick up Bayan. Vienne? Is it Vienne if it's short for Vivienne? I feel like we had this conversation before, that hey, Guinea, you dummy, it's Vienne, not Vienne. Snow, snowy zone, so must be on the right path. Marauder, could I take your gun, please? Bitte, min fadlik. Merci. No gun. No gun means no fun. Is it our? No, that's just a rock. Though speaking of what I was saying earlier, I think they mentioned they're going to do a post-mortem of this game for GDC, and that is definitely something I was keen to look at. Like, their thoughts on the game, now that it's done with the dev cycle. And officially in its most finished state. Because that's the sort of thing I can look into. What their goals were going into it, what they might have done to fill those goals a little bit differently, learned experiences. I think it was this one. Yeah. Schedule GDC 2021 Sunless Skies Narrative Postmortem. Salome's Fall. I think normally there would be Curator X here, wouldn't there? Let me slide on in then. Because Curator eggs are decent money, but more importantly, no egg yet. There's egg. Was that a wing flap I saw? It is. Let's get rid of you then. Accelerator. Gotta get into its wings. The secret for the old style curators was keep your distance. So when it shoots its homing sonic attack, you can dodge it. Now the sonic attack doesn't home in on you. Why are you running away? You are a proud and normal space bat of doom. See, this is why I kept that derelict engine undiscovered, since I might need it for hull repair. Close. Oh no. Into the wing, into the wing. No hull repair. Oh wait, that's right, that's a derelict. Over here. Treasure's End. Of course you can't get hull repair for Curator. Getting ahead of myself. My condemned experiment for Vian back at Carolon. No hull repair here. Warn then. Think I won't grab the Curator Egg, because Curator Egg has a chance to spawn more Curator. And 15 hulls a bit low for that. Just Lustrum then. Lustrum, pick up the crew. And then onwards to drop off the Condemned Experiment, and no, not the. Yeah, it is. Yeah, that is at Carolon then. Angels at the circus. Bayan. Over at Carolon. Then back home. Course 15 hull is a bit tricky because there tends to be scribe spinsters around here too. Right on schedule. That's alright, it's all the way down there now. So, unless I get pinched by, say, a colonized Contankery on the way to Carolon, should be smooth sailings from here on out. My very own claim. Format is bad news. The claim has run dry. For 7 barrels of hours. The crew gathers together your final haul of hours and awaits further instruction. Their frostbitten fingers twitch for the warmth of the train. Alright, it's the 15th of April, so they've officially... Hold on, when did we drop off people in Lustrum? I can't remember. It must have been... well, I don't know. Before June for the first half, and after June for the other one. Because a couple enter the engine on the 14th of March, the other half on the 6th of June. So, nearly a whole year that these crew have been on Lustrum. Needed back on the train. Hooray, everyone's back on in. His bunk is messy, as he left it. And now I could plot against the Woodward Company, but surprise, surprise, turns out blowing them up means more hours. And I'm at max right now in space. Food is okay, because going to Carillon maybe could ditch the souls of the tea. Low value anyway, they're both pretty common. To make space for more fuel. Food should be alright. Yeah, food's okay. We could buy more food at Carillon. How's the money situation now? 6,300. And once again, I just about forgot my port report. This is gonna be Avon to Magdalene's to Lustre to Carillon. 400 sovereigns to look forward to. Port report. Then maybe do some mountain singing. To drop terror down some. And away we go. Maybe 5 fuel and 1 supply is a bit too skewed, but it's fine. Carillon's has plenty of supplies, and once I drop off these hours, there'll be nothing but space for more supplies. Exit to left should be Desolation to Saliba. I think that's a Takati. Just Takati. No Takati the Atakities. Straight onto the signal box. Then left. But that's a Thoop. Who's fighting? That's way further north. It's tempted to get involved in it, but again, only 15 hull. Hey Crab Boy, welcome back from work. Did you bring joy to that child's face, Crab Boy, the one who really wanted to see Chuck E. Cheese? Charles Entertainment Cheese. Mourn the dead, because no more hull repair. He was very happy, oh my goodness. Doing your part to make the world a slightly more magical place. Well done, Crab Boy. And good improvisation too. I guess you have to be thankful to your Jehovah's Witness upbringing, training you how to lie to children. Take these hours off my hands. 7,100. And a bit more supplies for me. And now the rats, now that I do have a condemned experiment. What is it going to be? Will the deviless have her? Rings. Rings, right. Then where is... Was it Magdalene's that had the rat's friend Vianne? Because I passed by Magdalene's already. Which is okay, because I didn't get the condemned experiment till stripping it away from the dead curator. Forge a ring for the princess. The devils will forge a ring for the princess to borrow. All they need is the right souls, as in those chorister bees. The devil set to work. The uncanny distillation of ethereal insectoid souls, segueing into the mysteries of constructing stained glass with pure souls. The lead devil interrogates the princess as she watches, impatient. This will be a loan, princess. The ring must be returned with interest. You understand this, yes? Yes, said the princess. I understand everything. That is part of what being a princess is about. With some trepidation, the devils pass the perfect glass circle to her. She holds it up, abruptly enchanted by the swarm of souls swirling around its interior. See, there you go, Crab Boy. You have to look for a soul that is filled, or a ring that is filled with swarming souls for what you want. Epoxy resin, sold last year. Soul rings, that's the stuff. Journal, 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 because I forget where exactly the rats want. It is Magdalene's for Vianne. Why do you think Caroline then? Contemplation. I did get the port report. Pretty sure. Hold. Port report for Caroline. Good, then back to home. 7,000 sovereigns. Plus 400 port reports. This is the money that I should have been making last week. But no, I had to be greedy and do stories, and not sit around for 4 hours to grind at money. I think after this I'll have to retire some of the sketch from my repertoire. Played plenty of it in 2018, again in 2019 with the Skyfarer update. And again now for the Sovereign 1cc. Whoops, too high up. So I think once per year, over 3 years, is plenty. What was it, 2019, 2020, and then again now. Yeah, I just played this back in January of last year too. Was it January, February? January? Derelict, have you got hull repair? You do have hull repair. How much hull now? 12 extra hull. And a marauder to play with who won't give me any reclaimed mangonels. But he's aggressive at least. Remember the past update. I think it was like 2019 or so, when sometimes, a lot of the times, you would see enemies just wiggling in place and they wouldn't engage. They would just dance there, shaking their booties while you fire at them. More hull, but no gun. Food? Or crockery? Food. And a Star Madden Explorer, which is pointless for me. No fun Marauder Mangonel on a Star Madden Explorer. Alright, 21st of April, so enough time should have passed for a full amount of prospects. Be meaty. I have several books, and nobody's buying books yet. Nectar again for Magdalene's, Bronze Wood for Port Davon. It's alright. They sell decently and within proximity. 3 gourds for Magdalene's, and 5 consignments for Avon. I've only got the 1 bronze wood. But I got the nectar. I could fill out the nectar, come back with the rat, and then maybe there'll be more? Clicky's Market seems fine if I'm just going to Magdalene's. But I have to pee again, so BRB in town, I'll be right back. Right then, back into it. So pretty sure that's everything here. Repairs. Almost forgot repairs. 3 fuel, 2 supply to Magdalene's, not too far away. What about a little bit more on the fuel side? Because I kind of want to clear this out. That's an island. That's a wall. So I know this space is clear, but kind of want to make it official. Even though I might never take that route again, because it does kind of like pinch between a couple of objects. Still, you can pull some mead to fill out the map. You could play him growing up on Link's Awakening for that. Victory Hall, get port reports. 400 sovereigns? What am I at now? 7,347. Let's go. At my slow default speed. You know, with this much money, I could go back down to Albion and buy the better... Well, let me see. Is it Albion or the Blue Kingdom that sells a really good engine? They might both. I don't really buy stuff in Albion too often, since everything good in Albion you can buy in the Blue Kingdom anyway, that's much closer. But the Tisiphone might also have a mirrors or heart requirement that I don't have yet. Stuff's only at 49 hearts, 45 irons, 30 plus 1, 9 plus, that's what? That's 50 then? Is it into the 50s for mirrors? So it could be getting close. Gonna stick to the plan of waiting till 10,000 sovereigns, then going out to buy stuff. Maybe what I'll do is hit up the Blue Kingdom first. Because at 10,000 sovereigns, if I don't have the stat requirements to use a Tisiphone, then they've also got good engines there, good locomotives. I forget exactly how much a good locomotive costs. 10,000 is my guesstimate, what the aim for is today. It might be 5 digits plus. Or I could go Empyrean, just go straight to the Empyrean, and buy the Altani class cruiser. Since as far as I'm concerned, the Altani is the ultimate endgame weapon, or the endgame locomotive. Nearly didn't see you there. Oh my goodness, remember the early game for me. Like back in 2019, I think. When even Marauders, I would think twice about attacking. Doesn't indicate Tisiphone requirements on the wiki, that is weird. Because I'm pretty sure it takes some stat. Otherwise, an Industrious Captain could just grab it right off the bat. Out of some good wheeling and dealing in the Reach. This homestead comprises a scattering of houses and ramshackle barn. A cloud of dust raises from the yard. 2 men are fighting. Let's leave then. I've already lost 2 crew today. This is gonna be the day that I don't lose 4 crew. Gonna break the pattern. The cycle of violence ends here. Today, right now. If they want to scuffle, then that's their own business. They're adults, they can handle themselves. A bit of rough housing. Crew of 12 plus. Oh, maybe that's it then. Maybe that's the requirement I was thinking of, because I remember there being some requirements. It could just be super expensive, plus a lot of crew. As of right now, Crap Boy, I don't need more crewmate names, but I will, definitely, because crewmates are gonna die. I'm gonna recruit more crew. Eventually. Especially if Tisiphone needs 12 crew plus. Okay, where is that rat? Vian. Vian is stationed at the Scarlet Chambers of Solace. She sighs when she sees the Rat Brigade. I know what you're here for. Leviathan. Alright. Maybe I'll drop a names list on the side. To queue up. Vian indicates that she wishes to speak with her old colleagues in private. They form a huddle, but the vigorous squeaking allows you to gather the gist. Vian wants a promise that none of the proceeds will be used to finance the recruitment of more rats to the brigade. Cinders agrees to the terms instantly. Vian pops her head up to address you. I'll show you where to deliver the experiment, and then we can get on. Vian's on board. Okay, rats, what is the next step? Speak to the Rat Brigade? Is that all the account numbers? No. Petronella explains the situation while she empties the chambers of Cinder's Derringer for polishing. So, that LT what shivved us back at the critical juncture in return for a cushy position with the Woodward Company, right? Yeah, Sarge gave him a number too. Didn't know he was a bad 'un. Any road. The lieutenant's got a plum office at Port Prosper. We're gonna have to get in, get his number, and get out. Preferably doing him in on the way. So Port Prosper and infiltrate the Windward Company. The end of Sarge's story from Petronella and Albrecht. What happened on the last mission? He's brought wine. She's brought scotch. It would have worked, Albrecht says mournfully, but the lieutenant had taken a contract of his own. With the Windward Company. First we knew of it was when the company fired on their own engine. The governor was already well away under another locomotive. Sarge went down first. This isn't really a proper German accent. Maybe I'll pretend that Albrecht is only pretending too. Bellowing for the rest of us to Scarper. Bellowing for the rest of us to Scarper, the daft bastard, Petronella adds. Next thing we know, half of us are dead, and the LT's got a fancy new title with the Windward Company. And that's it for the story for now. And you want to go to London, you want tea. But I haven't got 2 caddies of tea. You want... Quiz your aunt. What has she got it involved in? What is this with a Christmas card? One trick, dearie. Just looking for, the clink of glass. Your aunt rises from an open suitcase, clutching a dusty bottle of brandy. We've got to get to Pan, in Eleutheria. That's where February is. Though she wasn't February when I knew her. She was my opposite number back in, but you want answers. February's on the Counter Council. The revolutionary leadership. The Christmas card will get us onto Winter's Reside. Your aunt brandishes the bottle. She has a fondness for brandy. I've been saving this for if I ran into her again. It should get us into her good graces. She'll be able to tell us what went on at St. Dunstan's. So you want to go to Pan. You need Eleutheria as well for a crossroad to speak to a measurement. You want the Eagles Empyrean. You're dreary and want so many things. Tea, crew, and bronzewood. How's your verdancy developing? The incautious driver greets with a pained expression. The voice in my head is getting louder. Whistling, burbling, growing. It wants me to go to the nature reserve, Captain. That's where it started. That's where I know it has to end. Okay. Forgot that bit. You want books. So next I go to New Winchester, get you a book, and the mascots have no stories. Except for the Blemigan. The Blemigan has a minor thing, but that's it. 8,000 sovereigns. And more books. But might as well. And then just back home, because Avon needs 4 more bronzewood than I have. So maybe could go to Ledbetter's. Ledbetter's, hew some bronzewood, then down to Port Avon. Cash situation. Did I get port report? We're a bit too far away now. Did get port report. Good. Got the short-term memory of a solid steel bear trap. And you try holding fluid in a bear trap. Solitary settler, lives at his modest homestead. Not much of a conversationalist, but enticing smell wafts in. Okay. Safe place then. Means grueling porridge, but they do have tarts. Exceptional custard tarts. What time is it? 2:56, already almost 3. 4.5 hours to make 7,000 sovereigns. I guess it's a pretty good pace. And a much quicker pace when they actually give pretty good prospects to sell with. When it's all just seeds and nectar, then it's slow going. But when they're actually asking for things that sell a lot and giving a lot of them. That's the real reason people go atheist. They've been burnt too many times by R and Jesus. Explosives for Lustrum? How much do you need? 5 crates of munitions. I'm pretty sure I have 5 crates. I have 7. Okay, so how do I want to do this? It turns out Titania doesn't have a route through, but Ledbetter's does. If I go past Old Tom's Well, then past Whelping Rest to Lustrum, that can do. That leaves me with currently 9 space out of 15. Okay, that works. Then 13 out of 15, I got plenty of fuel and food. Yeah, that'll do. And Ledbetter's to work on my incautious driver's verdancy. Cry havoc, you hear a disturbance, and oh dear, it must be the dog again. The baritone percussion of its barking echoes through the locomotive. There's a pressing question to consider. Where is the noise coming from? The driver's cabin? The locomotive shudders and shakes like a racehorse on the cusp of their last great adventure. You enter to find the driver strapping goggles to the inadvisably big dog. He won't leave, the driver shrugs, scratching behind an ear. And since he won't leave, I've decided that he might as well be properly equipped. It was an effort to get him to sit still, and he's showing no signs of leaving. Steer the dog out by his goggles. It isn't as elegant as a leash, but one makes do. It is also remarkably clumsy. Gentle tugs, nothing that might cause discomfort, but eventually succeed at guiding him out of the driver's cabin. The dog encounter with the clay conductor is probably the best one. Hey, big lazy animal. Laid out almost exactly like yours, really. I guess there aren't really all that many variations, are there? Since they just take specific slices, slap them wherever, and then rotate it some. Which does make some variation, but I have had repeated maps now and again. Although for the Reach layout, this is kind of unusual to me. I'm not used to Lustrum being in the east, Hybris being out west. I had a few mixed up mastering lineages, but this is way different than what I'm accustomed to. 58% chance. 67. Just some terror. For Tales of Terror the Secret. Up to 14% now, which isn't too bad. prospers in the Northwest. See, I'm biased because the first thing you see or experience is what feels the most natural to you, apparently, like as a biological rule. And for me, prosper on the Northwest just feels right, because that's the first one I had too. I'm so used to Lustrum being on the south and Hybris being its polar opposite to the north. I think this might be the most different maps I've had compared to my previous plays. Macca and Thrift, so where is my avenue? Next left. Nectar. Got space for nectar. And I hear bees already. Where's the bees? No bees? They're frightening. Oh. Peacock wind. The way was clear. You came in here just to upset me. It's alright. This actually means saving on food. They made it visually clearer by putting a blue wavy. Oh, there's bees. But you actually grow more food in the peacock wind at the expense of some terror. It's tempting to fight them, but I don't want to be in the wind when I do it. And then the bees blow away. At least I got to tag them and say hello. Scoot on in. Alright, where is the one for the driver? That gonna be over in Albersidle? No. Yes. Follow the incautious driver into the reserve. Deep in the wilderness stands a mighty tree, shriveled and dry. A fungal growth twists around it, its blooms flecked with purple and black. The incautious driver approaches it, lying down in supplication. The verdant pulses, its buds splitting open and erupting in a spore fall that soon coats the driver in shimmering emerald dust. For several minutes, silence. When the driver emerges, their face is crestfallen. It wasn't enough. What I brought it was only half the story. It needs more. To escort them back to the train. They should be more coherent after a good meal and a few hours of sleep. Capabilities inquest. Any more research? Completed research with the phlegmatic researcher. Phlegmatic researcher sits alone in his cabin. A pie sits on the table, barely touched. He welcomes you, but sounds dejected. Evil befell my colleagues. My research has been cancelled, he says. And Ledbetter and Stainrod won't tell me why. Tell me more of your troubles. Ledbetter and Stainrod cut my funding and took away my work. He takes an unhappy nibble of pie. They're shutting down research here. The entirety of their production is turning towards Apollyon cinders. And his colleagues? One sang her voice away, and that didn't stop her. A few have shut themselves away with their research. The researcher shakes his head. There must be something here causing the fatal obsessions. If you'd help me discover it, I'd be grateful. A calculating look flits across his face. It'll need someone to go into the reserve. They'll have to be well armed. You captains carry munitions, right? Crate of munitions. and if I can be bothered. But now the whole list is open. I can collect everything off his list and come back for easy money whenever I want to. Bazaar has hours, but I haven't got the space. 6 fuel, because while Old Tom's Well should connect to Lustrum, it's a little bit out of the way. I do have the munitions, don't I? Have munitions, but those munitions are for Lustrum, not for the phlegmatic researcher. That's it. Oh, a miss? Should have had me then. What is that, 83% chance? 81% chance success. Permits. Maybe I should just air towards benefactors. It costs gossip and secrets, but both of those are common. And you could sell benefactors at the Charming Princess's salon. They don't go for as much as a royal dispensation would, but it's still money. Plus everything at a point needs a cryptic benefactor. If you want to do stuff with the Blue Kingdom, then you're going to need several Testaments of the Feather. And if you want to grind Testaments of the Feather, you're going to have to grind out the cryptic benefactors first. I hear combat. What is this? Bees versus a Marauder. Get back here, bees. Pristine pair of wings to sell for the researcher's radial quest. But there's more bees. Hello. Miss. Nectar, 81% chance. Or 100. Just experience till I get more mirrors into me. It's free bees, not free bees, free honey, free nectar. But I kinda don't want to lose any more crew today. No gun. Just give me the gossip then. Free fuel. 5 to get from the well to Lustrum. It's very safe. Especially if I account for fuel loss for the rare fight here or there. Just a Starman and Explorer. Another Starman Explorer. This place is lousy with them. Them, scribe spinsters, the very occasional curator. Thought I heard something odd. Just part of the whale's ambience. Then snowy zone, so straight on through to Lustrum. With no major expected encounters. Usually a few Tacadies around these parts, maybe a colonized Contankery. And normal Contankeries with those accounts. Little stony space whales. That even with the Jerusalem only take like 3 hits. Mm, 44 hull is alright. What's your unusual cargo? A bulging sack of 31 sovereigns. And no signal man at the signal box. No signal man at the signal box. Every signal time. I think he only shows up at a specific one. I think. And he's worth grabbing before or after upgrading. He's got easy quests, so it's easy to get his story complete. And once upgraded, becomes a fantastic officer that every new captain gets for free, whether you die or retire. Mourn the dead. 34 terrors. Who's this? That's Star Madden? No? No, that's Silhouette. There's a piece of debris that's gonna take the impact. No gun. But the picture of the gun is right there. Five out of 6 characters ready with her. That's fantastic progress. So however you get the 6th one ready, congratulations. And that's just Takadi up there. See, Contankery, they don't count. 1, 2, 3, then gone. Stomach for me. Gonna be so much money once I actually collect all those things and turn them in all at once. But it doesn't have to be all at once. Now that the thematic researcher has hit his end status, those things repeat forever. Grab all the materials you want, grab them one at a time, grab the same one repeatedly, it just never ends. You can just keep on going and get infinite money from him. Pseudo-passively just picking stuff up all around the reach. Then every time you get back to Ledbetter's, several hundred, if you got a lot on you. Okay, the point of this was munitions for Lustrum, right? No. But you. factory's out. O'Brien factory's still ongoing. I've already given them, like, 1 load of bronze wood. Bonus of 100 sovereigns. 8,400 now. Souls, super common, won't bother. Don't forget though, Guinea. Got to get your report. First things first. Oh, now that I'm here, we can blow up the Windward Company. The Windward Company. No, that's just visiting it. Hangman's Pub. Then, plot against the Windward Company. The Windward Company's factory poisons the air. Worse, their miners take all the best claims. At the back of the hangman, schemes are in motion. Prospectors still see you as a newcomer. It's been a year now, thank you very much. But you've proven your mining chops. Their numbers are too few to reject you. They let you into their war room at the back of the hangman. Something, they say, must be done. When asked what, they frown. Something big, they declare. It appears this is as far as their resentment has got them. Diplomatic action? Windward is just another company. And companies are made up of people. They must listen to reason. The plotters consider this. It is worth a try. You spend the evening writing down a polite but firm list of grievances, which is entrusted into the care of a young prospector's apprentice. An hour later, he is chased back to Lustrum by 2 very large, angry dogs. From this, you deduce the answer is no. Aggressive action then. It is time for action, and a very large explosion. You can even build the device they'll need. The back room of the pub is silent while you work. It isn't long before you've assembled the bomb. All that remains is to slip it into one of the barrels heading for the Windward factory's mighty furnace. When it comes, the explosion is glorious. A slow-motion flowering of flame that lasts much of a day. Nobody is hurt. Even the closest have plenty of time to evacuate. The damage to the inside of the factory, however, is nigh incalculable. This factory will not be processing any more hours for the foreseeable future. Read. Until the next captain. And that is all for here. Nectar at auction, which should be alright. Nameplates for permits. And Tackety gratitude. Anything else that I need? Slung with the mountain. To drop terror to 30. Fuel and food should be okay. Souls. Jumble of undistinguished souls. You really do get everywhere, so not gonna buy them. So I think what I'll do then is go to Winchester, and assuming they don't give me any better prospects, one more go at the Blue Kingdom, and hope that they give me a prospect for, say, Immaculate Souls, for the White Well, or for the Forge of Souls. You missed. I do want to get a better engine, because better engine is survivability. But the Tisiphone is very tempting too. I really am going back and forth a lot on which I want to upgrade first. Tisiphone would mean that I can go full steam and turn several minutes of travel time to a few seconds to zoom across the map, angular mazes notwithstanding. But a better engine also means a crab scuttle, and crab scuttle is speed if you got a good scuttle going on. Especially since... Oh, you know, I'm sorry, yes, Bob did die. Speaking of which, let me mark these guys off of retirement. They're all back from last... I'll mark it later. Not where you thought you were. The sky is wrong. This is not where you're meant to be. Trick of the mists. Double back for fuel and time. Press on. I am not going to grant the burr were below the satisfaction. A bank of mist stretches just below you, flat and colorless as a twilit moor. Your navigator lets out a sudden cry, frantically pointing at something through your starboard windows. Something immense approaches, its vast bulk rising from the mists. The great hump of its back looms over you like a hillside. It is studded with lidless yellow eyes. This is one of the Asianae, the Star Dragons, the behemoth mercenaries which suns contract to enforce their laws. Before it, you are only a fleck. Sacrifice hours. 2 of my 3 hours, or escape its notice with only a 42% chance of success. Failure. No, I lost crew! Okay. So that means it's a solid 2 crew lost each and every day of this. So who is the sacrifice? Out of 9 now. Where's my dice? There's my dice. Roll a d9 twice. 5 and 2. Who's 5 and 2? Bitch and Dewy Moth. Good news, Hino. Hino the second survives the encounter. And I'll pretty that up after stream. The Leviathan draws closer and vaster. It is a cliff bearing down on you. It eclipses all the sky. At the last moment, your engineers restart the engines, and your driver drags your initially sluggish vessel out of the beast's way. It is barely enough, but the Asianae's wake casts the sky into a tumult. You are flung like a leaf on the wind, your locomotive spinning over and over. There are casualties. As you right your vessel, the uncaring behemoth sinks back into the mists. Night night, Wither. Enjoy your rest. Oh no, and these two just got back from Lustrum too. Lustrum, and then what? Killed by Asianae Wake. Died on the 12th of May, 1906. Whoops, no. Wait. Death counter. That counted. 4, then 4, then 4. Makes 12 deaths. And we were so close to Winchester too. Gotta keep up, Spinster. Maybe I should kill it. Because that's what, an extra 150 or so? If I bring it back to the diplomatic researcher? Or its pen back? Well, at the very least, getting killed by an Asian egg isn't something that most people could brag about, so stories that they could tell their grandkids that they weren't dead. Okay, did get report in Lustrum. So that's what, 200 sovereigns from Ledbetter's and Lustrum? If I went by way of Carillon, that'd be 300. But is Carillon worth 100 extra sovereigns? Bing bong boom. Repairs down to 8,290. Still impressive. Literature. Somebody finally wants books. What else do we have? Bronzewood for Avon. I got 2. And it's 5 books for Palmyre. That should be plenty. Neither Palmyre nor Port Davon are really all too far away. Okay, so make some money at Port Davon and Palmyre and Plenty's. Then go to Blue Kingdom and get myself killed. Savage Secret, 25 of them, artifacts, 13. Then to the circus, which should be straight to the west of this map, I think. Straight to the west. And mostly smooth sailings. Probably won't be any marauders. Plenty of tackities though. The area around the circus, between the circus and Winchester, is either dreadnoughts, if the Windward Company has precedence, or tackities, if the proper tackities have control of the Reach. Which means no exciting hunting here. Officers have anything else new? The rats want to go to Port Prosper for the LT, right? Driver. Have you spoken to the driver since Ledbetter's? Have they recovered from their ordeal to the nature reserve? The driver picks irritably at their ear. I was meant to be off this train by now. Just go into the well and everything would be fine. Instead, it's unsatisfied, madam. It needs an answer to something that I can't give it. There's a piece of itself missing somewhere in Albion. Another of its spores sent out many years ago to find the truth. I can feel it out there somewhere, refusing to return. It enjoys its freedom too much. Perhaps if you look to the major ports. They must have left a trace. We have to find it, Captain. Which is easy enough. Simply gotta go port from port, port to port, until you find it. Then you blow it up if you want the good ending for the driver, and you can't neglect going to the father's funeral. If you want to ensure that the driver doesn't run off into the wilderness. Listen to stories, terror goes down. Inconceivable circus, free tickets, reports, the usual. performance gives me Vision of Heaven, Four Sky Stories, and Terror's at 16. Alright, some amusements then. To drop Terror a little bit more. 9,300 sovereigns. My goal of 10,000 for today is so close. Then Port Avon is just right on down. What are those lips? Was there a... what is it? Homestead nearby here? There is. Bing bong boom. Colony of ants. Is that where these guys came from? Because there's nothing here for the ants, but they're here anyway. It kind of looks like they're calmed down a little bit. Maybe they realize that just because this room is human occupation, there's no food for them here. I really can't tell you guys what these ants are after. They're just desperate, I think. Desperate in the summer heat with everything drying up. Sample of the little deers. $334. Alright, so we can get to Port Prosper, not Port Prosper, Port Avon, Winchester, then Blue Kingdom. And then see exactly how short I am on affording the next engine up. It's only slightly cumbersome. I use the word engine for both the locomotive and the engine. But well. Around this mountain, and then bear left. My left, not the train's left. Slight deviation. Come back here, Pinata. And even if I do get hit, it's been long enough for a slow day in Port Avon. Cheap repairs for that. I'm gonna see secrets. Go ahead and give me... Oh, what is it? Do I want the permit or the benefactor? Permits are good though. Benefactor. Where's that port? Port Avon Dock, quiet day. Full repair for only 25 sovereigns. That's a steal. Straight up a steal. Bronze wood, and a sudden windfall of crops. Alright, only 125 for 5. But that is so close to goal. That is 9,575 now. There's actually a few varieties of weapon, but for the most part, they're mostly front-facing. You could have a max of 2 weapons at any one time, I think, because you get 2 weapon slots. For the front-facing weapons, you have guns like this that shoot out like cannon fire. Some that are more like shotguns. And a few that are more like Gatling guns that shoot several weaker rounds several times a second. For rear-facing weapons, you get mines, basically. Things you toss out the back and blow up. The conceit is that this is a train, so it's not really a naval thing at all. But in Sunless Sea, you are on a boat in the ocean, under the earth. So for that one, you do get a more naval-like experience with your weaponry. You gotta get the enemy within your radius of fire, and then wait for a targeting solution, and then you could attack them, whether it's in front or to the side, depending on what weapons you picked up for yourself. Cut free the fungal crinoline. More gross material for my engines. Did I get port report? Did I get port report? A port prosper I did, didn't I? Prosper. Or Avon, I mean. Got Avon, got the circus. Good. It's 200. Now, your enemies. Your enemies get to cheat. Things like these Periphers in the Blue Kingdom and the Dreadnoughts. They get a forward-facing gun and a mounted turret that swivels in 360 degrees, so they get to attack you face on and from the side. But for the player is not allowed that luxury. Imagine if you could, though, because I'm just using keyboard entirely for combat. Space to attack. So what if you could use space for frontal weapon, and then mouse for your side gun, for your own pivoting weapon? Oh, that has potential, that's a great idea. It becomes a bit trickier that way, because you gotta keep track of 2 things going on at once, but it'd be fun. You can't deny that'd be fun. I don't know if they're ever going to make a game in this style again, or following on from this, but if they ever chose to, that'd be a thing they should consider. Munitions for Lustrum again. Nectar for Carolon. What do they want? 5 gourds. 5 gourds and 9 crates of munitions. I've only got the 2 now. And only 1 gourd of nectar. I can't actually do it anymore. I can make the trip, but it won't be worth as much. Okay, what I'm gonna do then? What I am going to do is drop some of this into bank. Buy myself a bit of fuel, some food. 9,200 though. I don't think 9,000 is going to be enough for a new engine. Engine yard, for comparison. The Malok is 16,000. And the Malok is worth a lot. That's like endgame. So I might be able to afford a better engine at 10,000. If I get something that buys Immaculate Souls. If anyone is brave enough to buy Immaculate Souls, because nobody seems to want to. Okay, Blue Kingdom, to see if I can't get any risky endeavors there. Just a little bit further. The previous 2 times that I went to the Blue Kingdom to make money, it was the worst possible decision, but maybe this time it'll be different. I can't remember. I'm pretty sure someplace sold munitions. Lustra might have at a bargain. But it's been a while since that bargain, so I might have reset anyway. To Blue Kingdom, first class. Excuse me. Water burps. Phew. Flashbacks to laptop where this loading would take forever. Not really forever, at least like a solid minute. Okay, so what do we have for sale as far as engines go? And do you have any better prospects in the Blue Kingdom? The Blueby Kingdom. Port noises are freaking me out, making me think there's already a monster about. What is it? Is it last autumnal slope? No, the progress. Pilgrim's Progress. Agravian, class Juggernaut. I could already afford it. It's only 6,000. So you're 6,000. And the Tisiphone is also 6,000. Ooh. Oh no, you know. The Blue Kingdom isn't the dangerous place where dead people attack us. It's the dangerous place where people who harvest the dead, or who eat the dead, or who protect the dead attack us. Okay, but I am going to buy the Juggernaut. A thunderous presence, the terror of the skies. It's only minus 0.1 fuel efficiency, but it's more hull, more shield, 2 auxiliaries cool. What to name it? My Pelennor class trader was a dugong. Think this one will be the Marlin? The Marlin for this one? Maybe the Wahoo. The Barracuda? It's a bit too big for Barracuda. You're a Marlin. And now I'm only 3,000 away from getting the Tisiphone. Right, Bazaar, what do we have? Cage catches. Cage catches. That's it. I have immaculate souls here. And they don't want them. If I were to sell things from bank, because I might be able to squeeze out 6,000 anyway. Could I squeeze out 6,000? And then buy the Tisiphone? 2T? Munitions? I could. But that'll be all of my commodities. And I really shouldn't sell them all like that. I should save them for better prospects. And besides, I got my upgrade now. I mean, check this out, check this out, check this out. Double the length for a lateral thrust. Just goes all the way out of the way. We could dodge everything. We're a bit longer as an engine, so we are kind of a bigger target, but we get out of the way so much easier. That's some speed. That's a small amount of speed. The engine has a bit of a baritone to it. Or the horn, I mean. So, going to make about 3,000 more sovereigns, and then buy the Tisiphone. That way, I'll have upgrade, and I'll have speed, and everything else will go so much quicker. These slow things going back and forth, nah. It'll take seconds. Seconds, unless there's like right angles in the way. I mean, look at that, just drifting. Drifting around these corners. Running in the 1900s. Terror, supplies and terror, study the fungus. Terror's alright. Okay, so they want nectar for Carillon, and munitions for Lustrum, and maybe if I'm quick, Lustrum will still be selling some munitions of their own on bargain. Is there anything new since I left? Nothing new. So, all my munitions, all of that. Fuel is plenty. Also gonna need more. There's a pulley for +8 hold, but it's 1,600. It is more hold, and more hold is really good. Maybe I want to wait until ratty baggage handlers, which I think are in London. So maybe I want London next. Because once you got speed, like this, some good speed, and about 20-ish cargo space, 25, 26, and then you're pretty much at endgame status. It's pretty easy to squeeze to like 30 whole or cargo space, but you don't really need all that much. You want enough cargo space for food and fuel, and to carry commodities that you're carrying, and to maybe pick up extras. So about 25 to 33 covers all of your needs perfectly. People talk about how different endgame engines are better because they got these slots for things you could pull out from the Royal Academy, and those are nice, but it's all extra. What's the save crew limit for this? Because I got a max capacity of 16 crew. Save crew is 7. Okay. So if I take out the extra crew quarters to save on some fuel efficiency, I'll probably still have enough crew space. I think I've read that they find it ridiculous to drift across the skies, but it just feels cool to scoot around like this. Not just for the boost, but to like get that extra scoot in to get around things. Gives your hands something to do when you slowly, ponderously go across the skies. Brewer's breath. We are in port. We pulled in. Go away. That brewer is needier than I was. Past me would be embarrassed by how needy the brewer is, and that's saying something. Literature? I got space for literature. Except nobody's buying literature. Report, report. Then out. So as much as I do need cargo space, I think that the Tisiphone is going to be the next purchase. What I should have done was go ahead and accept those prospects of the Blue Kingdom, then cancel them. Because that way, if I go back in afterwards, you might get at least one new one. But this way, since I didn't, I'll have to wait like 2 weeks of in-game time before new prospects show up again. Big, giant juggernaut. Teeny, tiny Jerusalem gun. Right, can't turn too early. That's the exit towards the desolation of Saliba. I keep making that mistake. 98% chance success. Actually amazed I didn't take the 2% chance of failure. Do not discommode another. Ooh, guessed. Leave. They won't kill me, but they are tricky. The evasion you get, doubling up on the boostings. Padanor can't do that. And the Medea class can't do that either. I don't know why people say the Medea is the ultimate one, when that gives you the starter amount of boosting. I tried that once, buying it and then going to the Blue Kingdom, and the lack of evasion meant instant death practically. Two munitions. Souls. I guess I'll buy some food. Sweet Jane, have I got nameplates for sovereigns? I have one in all, which means only 50 sovereigns. So no. And I don't think Winchesters could have any new prospects. They might, if they're really nice. Might give, say, an extra prospect for books. Books might sell for a lot. Nectar could be cool, but I haven't really got Nectar. Though I guess all the more reason to go to London eventually. Not the Ledbetters. Ledbetters and grab some more bronzewood and nectar from the hives and hewings. So much more maneuverability. Oh, I missed. There. Boop your snoot. More money. Just 3,000 more, and I could get myself the Tisiphone and really speed around. Any curators here? Curators to test out my new maneuverability? No one's brave enough to try my new maneuvering? %90 chance. Success. 40. Ugh, more guests. This place is lousy with guests today. At least the guests think my new engine is cool. fight you, Scribe Spinster, but there's a guest right behind you. And I don't want to fight the both of you at once. If it was just one target, sure. But one slow target and another that darts around shooting homing spit, it's a bit too much. What about consoles, come to think of it? I was talking earlier how I use space for the front weapons. So what if you had space for the front weapons, then mouse for the side weapons? Like if you had your own 360 pivot weapon like the enemies do? But how would that work for, say, an Xbox controller? Left trigger for frontal weapon, and right control stick maybe for cannons? Swiveling cannon? That could work. Wouldn't be too kind for accessibility. Reduce terror. 90% reduce terror. Or just study it, guaranteed. Hey, people do play on consoles. I know for a fact this is on the Switch, I think. I don't know what other consoles it might be on. Maybe PlayStation? I can't remember. Apart from the Switch, I haven't kept up with consoles since the 360 days. It's funny, I'm not really counting certain Nintendo consoles as like capital C consoles for these purposes. Like I played on Wii U, I had the Wii U, I had the Wii, I had the Switch. But the 360 was one I was more heavy into. I guess that's because the Wii, Wii U, and Switch were primarily my Zelda boxes. Wolvesy Station? No prospects, come on, come on. For your old pal Guinea, I got 15 books to sell for you. Maybe I should just sell all my books. 15 times 100. That's 1,500, 4,600. Crockery nobody needs. Verdant Seeds. Gives 2,010. Hours I want to keep. There's the souls, but I really don't want to sell all my souls. 27,000. But then I have to touch on the souls, though. That really is just selling everything. Except not really. That's 2,700. That'll be 5,800. And I got 2 port reports. Carolon, Lustrum. That'll be 6,000. Oh, well. I'll just sell it. Do I really wanna? Do I gotta? I kinda have to. Okay, then that's extra too. That's extra afterwards. So I could afford the Tisiphone plus extra. Okay. There goes all of my commodities then. All my undistinguished souls, immaculate souls. Not my tea though. Not my hours, but all my crockery, my literature. I'll keep 2 literature though. Seeds. Because I need a couple of you and a couple of you to speak to you and you. devil from like 3 weeks back. Needs nectar too. Tea and nectar. The aligned eccentric needs books. When she's not tinkering with the engine, she likes to read. Perhaps she'd like to pick through some of the material in the hold. She smiles. Thanks, cat. A cat hisses furiously at you from its perch over the overhead piping. Stop it, Asmodee. The eccentric scolds. Thanks, Captain, she continues. I brought some books with me, but I have... A prolonged, deafening clamor interrupts her. A second cat has knocked over a toolbox, covering the floor in spanners. The third climbs under the engine and becomes trapped in a gauntlet of pumping pistons and whirring wheels. It yowls, pitiably. You tell her she can help herself to the books when she's less occupied. 3 sets of yellow, baleful eyes watch you depart. They seem smug. Check on the eccentric, long as the engine is in good repair. Morning, madam, she says, as you approach. She has shadows around her eyes, as if she hasn't been sleeping well. On one hand is bandaged. Her cats coil about her feet, glaring at you with naked malevolence. You ask if she's all right, and she smiles breezily. Oh yes, mustn't grumble. Perhaps in time she will come to trust you more. Her story will automatically continue as time progresses. Okay, so give me a bit more fuel and some food. Fuel, food, and the departure of my port report reports. Then, back to the Blue Kingdom for what is this, a 3rd time today, alone? And the 2nd time this hour? Only 100 sovereigns. Did I not pick up... Did I neglect Lustrum? Because I stopped by Lustrum and Carillon. I must have skipped one. That's too bad. Five shots in a row, then overheat. You could shoot while overheating, and it strips away some hold to do it. So, if you're overheating, and you're really in an emergency, you have that as an option. Maybe fire off a shot to drop your heat, and then dodge out of the way. Or take a gamble with one final shot to hopefully clear out the thing in front of you. Those big boosts if you get the angle just right. Space train drifting. You'll be lurking is perfectly fine, Hino. Enjoy the lurk. Might be wrapping up soon anyway, since it's already after 4 on this end of the planet. And I pretty much completed my primary goal of getting lots and lots of money and getting some upgrades, so that the next time I play should be a lot less grinding around, especially with the Tisiphone. Gonna make things so much quicker. If I gotta go from one end of Albion to another end of Eleutheria, no problem at all. Could cover that ground in a couple of minutes flat. Of course I will need to grind some cash out again, since that's all of my money and all of my commodities. Any better prospects? Cage catches. That's heartbreaking. Not gonna lie. Well, I got no munitions. Got no nectar. So just give them to me. Last autumnal slope. Inner support pillars is 15 armor. Pretty nice. Rose and adamant plating, 33. Watchers in Azure is also pretty cool. A saying device that also gives armor. But what I'm here for is the Tisiphone. A brass stallion of an engine, forged in the smoky, incandescent engine yards of an unfathomable pan, built by devils, using an ancient abyssal law furnace. Furnace permits burst of infernal speed, though it does require crew 12 plus with sufficient crew. I could use it with less than 12. I just won't be able to use full steam. One of your skills is too low to equip this item. There's no skills. I see no skills. Fine, so I guess we'll go back to New Winchester. Hire some more crew. I could hire some crew here, but half of them will be among the dead. Your new engine allows you to activate full steam mode. Full steam mode allows you to travel much faster while it's engaged. Be careful, Captain. Know all about it. Thanks for the warning. I think they fixed the slight annoyance you would get with that. I think it's either every captain, it used to be, would get the full steam ahead message. And now it's just once per lineage, rightfully. Bink bonk boop. Let's get 2 more crew slots into here. Five and a half hours in. And that is all 3 objectives for today. Make buttload of money. Get Agrarian class Juggernaut, get Tisiphone. It was going to be get Agrarian or Tisiphone, and now it's both. So, come the next time, gonna be straight into plot after plot after plot, I think. With some money making on the way. Winchester. Calling at New Winchester. Okay, I want hire more crew. A few crew, 2 to 3 is all I need really. What if I take this off? Take off the extra crew quarters. That gives 12 total? Perfect. Perfect. The minimal 9. One of your skills is too low? Really? Nuh-uh. So there has to be an undisclosed skill requirement. One of your skills is too low to equip. It says requires crew till 12 plus. 12 plus. I can read. Okay, so where to get crew? I can get crew at Palmyre and at Lustrum. I have 710 sovereigns. Let me drop off some stuff over at Ledbetter's. Wait, hold on. Get back in. Maybe the bazaars got more prospects for me? hours for the ringmaster, seeds for Port Avon. Cage catches and cage catches. There. If I ever get some seeds or hours, I'll know where to bring them. And I see that Bronze Witch returned to Port Avon, so that's going to be like a couple more to complete that prospect. So if I go by way of, say, Nowler's Knot, Jetica's Hive, Apoidian Gardens, pretty good odds of getting cute stuff there. Taste of smog. I would love if the map could stay at the zoom I chose for it. Something is scratching at the exterior hatch. An alarmed junior signaler summons you to an exterior hatch. A persistent scratching noise is coming from the other side. You look out the nearest window, but can't get a good view. There is only the velvet sky, agleam with frosty stars. Open the hatch, but be ready. You fling the door wide, pistol in hand. The cold reaches in, and the hard light of the stars. And something enters too, something small and furry and yellow-eyed. It is one of the feline eccentric's cats. Its fur bristles with frost. Its muzzle is brown with the blood of something unnameable. Ignoring you, it pads calmly towards the engine room. Has it been out for a walk? Madam, explain. Dissuade one of the eccentric's cats from terrorizing a worker, a stoker. The man is pressed against the wall, white-faced and sweating. The cat sits in front of him, its back to you. It stares at the stoker, though from here you can't see why it terrifies him. Get it away, the stoker pleads. It's weighing my soul, judging it like I was one of the dead. He tries to raise his hands to shield his gaze, but the life seems to have gone out from them. They flop limply back to his side. The cat is statue still. Keep your distance. Frighten the cat away. Clap your hands. Shout at it. Stamp your foot. That sort of thing. The cat's head whips round to face you. You stumble back. Instead of eyes, two writhing sigils of savage fire blaze in its face. It blinks. The sigils are gone, replaced by its usual supercilious yellow gaze. It hisses at you, then walks away. The stoker thanks you and hurries away. Acquire a vision of heaven to continue the eccentric story. I got one of those, don't I? I do. Vision of heaven and whole. Your dreams are plagued by star wind, moaning and mournful. In lieu of sleep, you walk the corridors for a time. A mysterious noise is coming from the engine room. The eccentric is asleep in her tangle of blankets at the foot of the engine. Three hunched shapes cluster about her. Her cats. One of them gnaws at the fingers of the eccentric's left hand. Another sits on her chest, its weight making her struggle for breath. The third chews insistently at her hair, tugging it like yarn. The eccentric is caught in a dream. Her sleepy attempts to dislodge the cats watery and weak. Spiders in the well, she moans. My eyes were fire, the dead groveled. One of the cats looks up, then the other. As one, they consider you, their eyes yellow as sovereigns. Then they melt into the crannies of the engine room. Talk about her cats. You discover them chewing and smothering her while she slept. Why does she tolerate this? Her black cat, Beleth, climbs up her legs with its claws and sprawls about her shoulders. Because they're mine. Or I'm theirs, I'm not sure there's a difference. Look, I don't want to make a fuss. Best just leave it alone. She removes a bandage on one of her fingers to reveal the tracery of light scars. See? It's not so bad. She tries to sound brisk. You are clearly unconvinced. The eccentric sighs. They've been with me since Piranesi, she says. If you really must know, we'll need to go there. The chaplains can explain. So pan for that. Africa River cast more direct means. Maybe later. To give my mouth some break. I hear a colonized cantanker in the distance. The colonized cantankeries won't give me anything that I need. No good loot, no reclaimed marauder mangonel. There's a derelict, but it's too far out of the way. Honey? Still 81% chance success for Nectar. After I get mirrors high enough, then I'll risk my crew. Till then, these beehives have plenty of nectar. More XP. Go away, ant. Since there really is nothing for these ants to eat, I think it's simply a callback to the last time. Not the last time, but like summer 2019 when I played this a lot. There were ants back then, and so there has to be ants now. I will take the flotsam though. You know, considering the dodging the Starman Explorers do, and that they have apparently that the shares get this high, maybe these minded explorers represent other players. If there were other players of the game, they'd play like these guys do. Hull is perfect, right? 90 out of 90. Sky Story or A Tale of Terror. Not gonna risk it. Just give me 0 hull. That's reinforcing what we already have. $420 already. Drop my terror down. Port report. Apollonian cinders. Demand is much greater than supply. Is much greater than supply. Raking in sovereigns. Where are they going to? To Port Prosper? Wait, converse with captains. Have they been hauling cinders? What do they make of the stuff? Transporting cinders is good business. Some captains sign contracts with Leadbeard and Stainrod, committing to carrying only that product. Other enterprising souls have set up arrangements with the company to bring cinder enthusiasts to the park for a closer look at the product. They've all seen it go wrong once or twice for some weak-willed individual who couldn't handle a pinch of cinder, but no one blames a snuff. Oh, that's what cinder means? Verdant seeds? Who wants seeds? 3 seeds for Avon. Perfect. That's everything. That's rebuilding my wealth. Capabilities in quest. Have I got stuff for you? Wanted, wanted, wanted. Turn in my research. Wings of a chorister bee in pristine condition. 300 sovereigns. Answer from a homestead. Another 300. Stomach of a cantankeree. 250 only. Fungal crinoline from a mushroom meteoroid. 300. Pen of a scribe spinster. 400 sovereigns. 2,065. Didn't have to sell all of my commodities after all. And I could still turn in more. More ants, more wings of chorister bees, more stomach of cantankerees, just never runs out. Just grind him forever. Okay, so next up is going to be Palmyre and Plenty. You got 2 chances at Palmyre's to pick up new crew. Recruiting directly from the circus or the new arrivals, and I only need 3 more. Then add, what is it, Port d'Avon. You get the chance to sign on a likely lad or lass. And then we'll be full speeding. With enough money, maybe to get some extra capacity for cargo. New engine, with good new nooms, Tisiphone plus crew, and then cargo capacity, and then you're set. That's most of the game. That is opened up to you. Weapon helps. You do need better weapon. But those minor configurations, a good ship, well, train, a bit of speed, and some cargo space, and you're golden. Everything else is bonus. Shame I can't scroll through officers while flying about. But I think they're mostly all covered. How's my nectar situation? 1 nectar, so 1 short to share a cup of tea with my bee devil. Bee devil. Bee deviled. Fail better, was that intended? Or are the devils a glorified pun for bee deviling? A joke, almost a decade in the making. New arrivals. 39% chance success. Failed. The circus calls to them too strongly. I did get Port Report and Ledbetter's, didn't I? Port Reports, Ledbetter's, okay, good. Another performance to get some more Visions of Heaven, which I'm going to need for so many, what is it? Moments of inspiration. Failed to get crew for the circus too. Nobody wants to ride with me. I don't see what they're so worried about. I only lose, on average, 4 crew a day. They have nothing to worry about. I mean, heck, the total list of crew keeps expanding. So, 12 out of how many? The odds are in their favor. Still have people who were crewmen since the 14th of March. 2 people from the 14th of March are still alive. So it's not guaranteed death. Ooh, a hiccup. Haven't had that in ages. on this beefy computer. Cool thing about Sun Skies is it's really rather optimized. Even on my now catatonic laptop, it still played pretty well while streaming. And that says a lot, because that thing is not designed for gaming at all. That was my intended just for classwork and carrying around device, and still ran pretty well. Bing bong boom. Quiet day. We'll see what I get. Cause first, bronzewood I don't have. Seeds, take them away. 2,000. And more hours. Alright. Doc for the port report. Could I get a likely lad or lass here? Recruit a likely lass or lad. 100% chance success. 10. So that's space for a few more. Insert one below. Wait a tick. Alright, forgot that I picked up crew before too. In New Winchester. So that's 2 crew that I forgot about and didn't record their dates. How sloppy of me. It's alright, I can go back to the VOD for it. For 8 and 9. And now this is number 10. Can I get more? I can't get more. What if I wander around the village green? Then back to the Nowhere Inn? Nope, that's it. No more likely lads or lasses. If I do some reading... Likely lad or lass. Ayy. See, here's the thing. It says the less traditional Port Avon is, the easier this will be. So that's one reference, right? To Port Avon being kept traditional or being made more wild. And if you dive into the wiki, there allegedly is a way to affect the traditional makeup of Port Avon, but I've never been able to do it. So I don't know. What date is this? 23rd of June, 1906. No likely lads or lasses. No longer welcome in Port Avon. Are we not? But I have gossip. I got so much gossip to spend for days. All the gossip from all over the skies. Read some more fiction, Devil's Confession, his sky stories. Partial success. They're interested, but afraid to take that last step into reading the sky. Don't press them. Offer them advance, a handful of sovereigns to tip the scales. 10 sovereigns only, that's not too bad. Okay, that's 23 June all the way down. So that's what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 names that we need. Well, 4, because Crabboy put Leviathan in Q. Bazaar. I'll go ahead and get the cheap fuel. 2 fuel for 20 sovereigns. Actually, no, that means just buying 2 fuel for 1. Unless I'm dropping anything. I got nothing to drop. Nah, no cheap fuel this time. Just give me the 1 fuel. And actually, as long as I'm here, bam, 12 crew. Got my Tisiphone. Demonstration. And now we get speed. And with 1,858 sovereigns, 2,000, after stopping by the Victory Hall, fuel will be no issue. This is really so incredibly faster. Seconds, mere seconds to go from Port Davon to New Winchester. They're not too far apart, but it still takes a couple of minutes under normal circumstances. Get in there. Ba-dum, ba-da-boom. 300 sovereigns. And all the secrets they could afford me. Okay, Wolvesy. Repairs are good. I could have hired a more crew, couldn't I? No, you're 15 days, so I couldn't anyway. Hours for Ledbetter and Stainrod. Excellent. We got hours. How many do they need? For the Circus Ringmaster, up to 5. Up to 5. I got plenty. I could do both. But I think that is exactly what I'm going to do the next time. Starting off on that. But look at this! I've only got 10 things to sell, 10 commodities, and only 5 fuel, and it's so little already maxed out, so the next thing I have to do is to fill out my cargo space. That'll be immediate goal for the next time then. On top of actually speaking to the bedeviled Didact, the Masked Citizen, Plucky Baroness, and Spatchcocker Meg. But that's a full day, and I've accomplished all my goals, so I am going to call it there. Whether that's calling it for the week, or just till tomorrow, I do not know. Oh, nobody else is playing Sunless Skies, really? Weird. That is odd. Oh well. Well, if nobody else is doing anything then, if nobody else is playing Sunless Skies, I guess we'll toss the small host onto Duke, who, strangely enough, is playing video games. Could you imagine playing video games? So, thanks for hanging. Glad to finally make progress on this 1cc attempt. Given how much it stagnated last time, it's all down to the RNG. Last time, terrible RNG. Didn't make much progress. This time, blessed, so managed to make my goal. So it should all be smooth sailings from here. So thanks for hanging. See you guys around. Enjoy either the rest of your night or the rest of the weekend. And see you folks. Take care.